fine, darlin'." Nash strolled back into the room. I couldn't get a read on his expression, on any effect of the bombshell his brothers had just dropped. "We will." Chapter 46. That night, a little after midnight, Max nudged me awake. "What is it?" I blinked at her, and after a few seconds' delay, my fight or flight instincts kicked in. "Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine," Max told me. She smiled wickedly. "Very fine." She nudged me again. "Jameson Hawthorne is in the hot tub." I narrowed my eyes at her, then rolled over in bed and pulled the covers over my head. She pulled them back down. "Did you hear me? Jameson Hawthorne is in the hot tub. This is a DEF-CON faxing 1 situation." "What is it with you and Jameson?" I asked. "What is it with you and Jameson?" Max retorted. For reasons I couldn't begin to explain, I didn't toss her out of my bed. I answered her question. "He doesn't want me," I told Max. "Not really. He wants the mystery. He wants to keep me close until he can use me. I'm a part of the puzzle to him." "But," Max prompted, "would you like to be used by him?" I thought about Jameson. The way his eyes gleamed when he knew something I didn't. The crook of his smile. The way he covered my body with his when gunshots went off in the black wood, and later cupped my face with his hands when the sound of fireworks sent me plunging into dark memories. The annoying way he called me heiress. Golfing on the rooftop. My body clinging to his on the back of a motorcycle. The exact tilt of his lips when he'd told me to play it safe. For now. "You like him." Max sounded way too satisfied with herself. "I might like the way I feel when I'm with him." I chose my wording very carefully. "But it's not that simple." "Because of Grayson?" I stared at the ceiling and flashed back to the ski lift. "We're friends." "No," Max corrected. "You and I are friends. Grayson is the physical manifestation of your avoidant attachment style. He won't let himself want you. You don't want to be wanted. Everybody stays at arm's length. Nobody gets hurt. And nobody gets any." Max gave me her most aggrieved best friend look. "Why do you care?" I asked her. "Since when are you this invested in my love life?" "Lack of," Max corrected. And then she shrugged. "My life has exploded. My parents won't take my calls. They won't let my brother talk to me either. You're all I have right now, Ave. I want you to be happy." "You tried calling your parents?" I didn't want to push her too hard, but I did want to be there for her. Max looked down. "That's not the point. The point is, Jameson Hawthorne is in the hot tub." She crossed her arms over her chest. "So, what are you going to do about it?" Chapter 47. The clothing Elisa had ordered for me included a designer bathing suit, a black bikini trimmed in gold. Narrowing my eyes, I put it on, then quickly covered myself with a floor-length robe, the unspeakably soft kind I imagine they used in high-end spas. The hot tub was on the main level. I'd made it to the back door when I realized that Orrin was shadowing me. "You're not going to tell me to stay inside?" I asked him. He shrugged. "I have men in the woods." Of course he did. I put my hand on the doorknob, took a deep breath, and pushed out into the freezing night air. Once the cold hit me, there was no room for hesitation. I made a beeline for the hot tub. It was big enough for 8 people, but Jameson was the only one there. His body was nearly completely submerged. All I could see was his face, pointed skyward, the lines of his neck, and the barest hint of his shoulders. "You look like you're thinking." I sat on the side of the hot tub farthest away from him, pulled up my robe, and sank my legs into the water up to my knees. Steam rose into the air, and I shivered. "I'm always thinking, heiress." Jameson's green eyes stayed fixed on the sky. "That's what you love about me." I was too cold to do anything but shed the robe and slip into the steaming water. My body objected, then relaxed into the sting of the heat. I could feel a flush rising on my face. Jameson angled his eyes toward mine. "Any guesses what I'm thinking about?" We were separated by 4 or 5 feet, but that didn't feel like much, not with the way he was looking at me. I knew what he wanted me to think he was thinking about. I also knew him. "You're thinking about the ring." Jameson shifted position, the top of his chest rising out of the water. "The ring," he confirmed. "It's the obvious next step, but getting it from Zara could be a challenge." "You like a challenge." He pushed off the side and came closer to me. "I do." This is Max's fault, I thought, my heart beating a merciless rhythm against my ribcage. Hawthorne House has a vault. Jameson came to a stop a foot or so away from me. But even I don't know its location. It took everything in me to focus on what he was saying and not his body. How is that possible? Jameson shrugged, the water lapping against his shoulders and chest. Anything is possible. I swallowed. I could ask to see it. I tried my hardest to stop staring and cleared my throat. The vault. You could, Jameson agreed, with one of those devastating Jameson Winchester Hawthorne smiles. You're the boss. I looked down. I had to, because suddenly I was very aware of just how little of my body this swimsuit covered. We just have to find the wedding ring your grandfather left your aunt. I tried to stay detached. Then, somehow, that ring will help us make invisible ink a little more... visible? Jameson suggested. He bent toward me so that he could catch my eye. For 3 full seconds, neither one of us could look away. Okay, heiress, Jameson murmured. What am I thinking now? I moved forward. Just like that, our bodies were separated by inches instead of a foot. Not about the ring, I said. I let my hand float to the surface of the water. No, Jameson agreed, his voice low and inviting. Not about the ring. He lifted one of his hands to mine. We didn't touch, not quite. He let his arm float, a hairbreadth away from my submerged skin. The question is, Jameson said, throwing down the gauntlet, what are you thinking about? I turned my hand over, and it brushed his. Electric. Not the ring. I thought about Max telling me that it was okay to want things. Right now, there was only one thing I wanted. One thing on my mind. I moved again through the water. The rest of the space between us vanished. I brought my lips to Jameson's, and he kissed me, hard. My body remembered this. I kissed him back. It was like the hot tub was on fire, like the two of us were burning, and all I cared about was burning more. His hands found their way to the sides of my face. Mine were buried in his hair. This isn't real, I murmured, as his lips began to work their way down my neck, toward the surface of the water. Feels real to me. Jameson was smiling, but I didn't let it fool me. Nothing ever feels real to you, I whispered. But the magical thing was that I didn't care. This didn't have to be real to be right. This Us. I let my lips hover over his. It doesn't have to be anything other than what it is. No messy feelings, no obligations, no promises, no expectations. Just this, Jameson whispered, and he pulled my body tight to his. Just this. It was better than riding on the back of a motorcycle, going 1,000 miles an hour, or standing on a rooftop 50 stories tall. It wasn't just the rush or the thrill. I felt completely, utterly in control. I felt unstoppable, like we were unstoppable. And then, without warning, Jameson froze. "Don't move," he whispered, his breath visible in the air between his lips and mine. "Oren?" Jameson called. I did the one thing he'd told me not to do. I moved, whirling around to face the forest, my back to him, so that I could see what he was seeing. A flash of movement, and eyes. "I've got her," Oren told Jameson, and just like that, my head of security was pulling me from the hot tub. The freezing air hit me like a truck. Adrenaline shot through me as Oren bit out an order. "Eli, go!" The younger guard, positioned near the tree line, took off running toward the intruder. I tried to track his movements, like doing that might somehow make me safer. I'm fine. Oren's here. I'm fine. So why couldn't I remember how to breathe? Oren ushered me inside. "What was that?" I wheezed. "Who was that?" My brain clicked into gear. Paparazzi? Did he take pictures? The thought was horrifying. Oren didn't reply. On some level, I became aware that Grayson had heard the commotion. Someone wrapped a towel around me. Not Jameson. Not Grayson. It was a full 5 minutes before Eli came back. "I lost him." He was breathing hard. "Paparazzi?" Oren asked. Eli's bright blue eyes narrowed until all I could see was the amber ring around the center. "No, this was a professional." That statement landed like a bomb. I felt like my own ears were ringing. "A professional what?" I asked. Oren didn't answer. "Go pack," he told me. "We leave at dawn." Chapter 48. I stared out the plane's window, watching the mountain get smaller and farther away until the jet hit cruising height. I'd barely slept, but I didn't feel tired. "What did Eli mean, a professional?" I said out loud. "A professional what?" I turned my attention from the view out the jet's window to Max, who was seated beside me. I'd caught her up to speed on the security situation and the hot tub. A private detective? A spy? "An assassin," Max said giddily. She read a lot of books and watched a lot of TV shows. "Sorry." She held up a hand and tried to appear a little less enthralled with this latest turn of events. "Assassins, bad. I'm sure the man in the woods wasn't a deadly assassin from an ancient league of deadly assassins. Probably." Before inheriting, I would have told Max that she was reaching. But who would want me dead wasn't a dismissive question anymore. It was a question with answers. Sky. I thought about confronting Ricky at the gala. Libby had fought with him too. If she'd told him that I was getting emancipated, if he'd told Sky that their golden ticket was disappearing, what exactly would they do? He's one of my heirs. If something happens to me... "No one is going to hurt you." Grayson sat opposite me, with Jameson beside him. "Isn't that right, Jamie?" Grayson's tone sharpened. I got the feeling that he wasn't just talking about the man in the woods. "If I weren't so confident in our brotherly affection for each other," Jameson replied languidly, I would find that comment a bit pointed." "Pointed?" Xander repeated in faux horror. "Gray? Never." "So," I said, before this situation could devolve, "who's up for a friendly game of poker?" "I call." I stared Thea down. She had a good poker face, but mine was better. Thea laid down her hand, a full house. I laid down mine, the same. But aces were high, and I had them. I went to collect the pot, but Jameson stopped me. "Not so fast, heiress. I'm still in, and I have..." He shot me a wicked little smile that made me feel like I was right back in the hot tub. "Nothing." He showed his cards. "You always did talk a big game," Thea said. Beside her, Rebecca's phone buzzed. Rebecca looked down at it. This time, when Thea reached for it, Rebecca was faster. "No." The phone buzzed again, and again. Thea caught a glimpse of the screen, and her expression shifted. "It's your mom." Thea tried to catch Rebecca's gaze. "Bex?" Rebecca turned the phone off. "That wasn't what I meant," Thea said. "Maybe you should see what she wants." Rebecca seemed to fold in on herself a little. "I'll be home soon enough." "Bex, your mom..." "Don't tell me what she needs." Rebecca's voice was soft, but her whole body seemed to vibrate with intensity. "You think I don't know she's not okay? Do you honestly think I need you to tell me that?" "No, She looks at me, and it's like I'm not even there." Rebecca stared holes in the table. "Maybe if I were more like M, maybe if I were better at mattering." "You matter?" Thea's voice had gone almost guttural. "You know," Max said awkwardly, "this seems kind of like a private conversation, so maybe..." "I don't matter enough." Rebecca's voice went brittle. "It's been fun, running around, playing detective, pretending the real world away. But it can't just be like this." "Like what?" Thea reached for Rebecca's hand. "Like this, the way you find reasons to touch me." Rebecca pulled her hand back from Thea's. "The way I let you. You were my world, and I would have done anything for you. But I begged you not to cover for Emily that night, and you..." "Don't do this." If Thea were anyone else, she would have sounded like she was begging. "If I were better at mattering," Rebecca spoke louder. "If, for once in my life, I'd been enough for anyone, for the girl I loved, my sister might still be alive." Thea had no response. Silence descended again. Painful, awkward, excruciating silence. Jameson was the one who put Thea out of her misery. "So, heiress," he said, throwing out a subject change like he was throwing a tarp over a fire. "How are we going to go about getting that ring?" Chapter 49. Once we arrived back at Hawthorne House, I asked Orrin to show me the elusive Hawthorne vault. He took me, and only me, to see it. We zigged and zagged through hallways until we reached an elevator. When the elevator door opened, I went to step on, but Orrin stopped me. He pressed the call button a second time, holding his index finger flat against it. "Fingerprint scan," he told me. After a moment, the back wall of the elevator began to slide, revealing a small walkway. "What happens if someone pries the doors open while the elevator is on a different floor?" I asked. "Nothing." Orrin's lips parted in a very subtle smile. "The passage only opens if the elevator is present." "Whose fingerprints can open it?" I asked. "Currently?" Orrin returned. "Mine and Nan's." "Not Zara's," not Sky's, and not mine. In Tobias Hawthorne's will, he'd left all of his wife's jewelry to her mother. At the time of the will's reading, that had seemed trivial. But as we walked toward an honest-to-God vault door, the kind you'd expect to see on a bank vault, it didn't seem so trivial now. If everything in the Hawthorne vault belongs to Nan, I started to say. Not everything, Orrin cut in. Nan owns the late Mrs. Hawthorne's jewelry, but Mr. Hawthorne also had an impressive collection of watches and rings, as well as pieces he purchased for artistic and sentimental reasons. Mrs. Hawthorne's jewelry passed to Nan, but many of the museum-quality pieces are yours. Museum quality? I swallowed. Am I getting ready to see the crown jewels? I was only partially joking. Of what country? Orrin replied, and he wasn't joking at all. Anything valued over $2 million is kept off the premises in a more secure location. The vault's lock disengaged. Orrin spun the handle on the door and opened it. Holding my breath, I stepped into a steel room, lined ceiling to floor with metallic drawers. I reached for one at random. When I pulled it out, displays popped up, 3 of them, each containing a set of teardrop earrings. Diamonds. Bigger than any engagement ring I'd ever seen. I opened 3 or 4 more drawers and blinked, repeatedly. My brain refused to compute. Is there something in particular you were looking for? Orrin asked me. I tore my eyes away from a ruby half the size of my fist. Wedding ring, I managed. Tobias Hawthorne's. Orrin stared at me for a second or two, then walked over to the far wall. He pulled one drawer, then another, and I found myself staring at a dozen Rolex watches and a pair of varnished silver cufflinks. Is the ring hidden? I asked, my fingers wandering toward one of the watches. If the ring isn't in that drawer, it isn't here, Orrin said. My guess would be that Mr. Hawthorne had it placed in the envelope that was given to Zara at the reading of the will. In other words, I was surrounded by a fortune in jewels, but the one thing I needed wasn't here. Chapter 50. You're going to need someone to run interference if you want to search Zara's wing. Grayson had apparently meant it when he promised to help me see this through to the end. Gray excels at distraction, Jameson said loftily. I attribute it to his uncanny ability to be boring and long-winded on cue. Grayson didn't rise to the bait. We'll need to make sure Constantine stays clear, too. I, too, excel at the art of distraction, Max volunteered. I attribute it to my ability to channel any or all of my favorite fictional spies on cue. Grayson and Max can set up a perimeter. Xander's voice was uncharacteristically muted. Jameson, Avery, and I will do a sweep of the wing. Rebecca had split the moment the plane landed. Thea hadn't lingered long once Rebecca was gone. Xander's team had abandoned him, but he wasn't backing down. He wasn't about to let Jameson and me search for the ring on our own. This is a very bad idea. Eli didn't even pretend that he hadn't been eavesdropping. That's why we waited until Orrin was off duty to do it, I thought. The door to Zara's wing was at least 10 feet tall and locked. Do you want to pick it? Jameson asked Xander. Or should I? 2 minutes later, the 3 of us were in. Grayson and Max stayed behind and took up posts at the far ends of the hall. Eli grumbled as he followed me into the belly of the beast. A quick inspection told me there were 7 doors lining the main hall in Zara's wing. Behind 3 of them, we found bedrooms, each one the equivalent of an entire suite. 2 of the 3 suites were clearly in use. Do Zara and her husband sleep in different rooms? I asked Jameson. Don't know, he replied. Don't want to know, Xander added cheerily. I saw men's shoes in one room. The other was immaculate, Zara's. There was a marble fireplace near the back of the room. Built-in shelves lined the wall to the left. There were books on the shelves, large, leather-bound volumes, the kind of books a person displayed, not the kind they read. If I were a person whose bookshelves looked like that, I murmured, where would I keep my jewelry? A safe, Xander answered, probing a molding on the wall. Jameson stepped past me, letting his body brush mine. And that safe, Jameson told me, is assuredly hidden. It took 10 minutes for our search to hit pay dirt, a remote control taped to the bookshelf behind one of the leather-bound books. I peeled off the tape and got a better look at the remote, which had only one button. Well, heiress, Jameson flashed me a smile. Will you do the honors? Looking at that smile, I flashed back to the hot tub. There was no reason for me to be thinking about it. No reason for me to be thinking about Jameson that way right now. I pushed the button. As the massive built-in shelves began to move, slowly disappearing into the wall, I stared at what had been hidden behind them. More shelves, I said, dumbfounded. And more books? Rows of paperbacks were stacked 2 deep. Romance, science fiction, cozy mysteries, and paranormal. I tried to picture Zara reading a romance novel, or a space opera, or the type of mystery that had a cat and a ball of yarn on the cover, and couldn't. If we take the books off these shelves, will we find another remote? Xander postulated. And more shelves? And another remote? And... Xander cut off. It took me a second to realize what he'd heard. The sound of high heels clicking against the wood floor. Zara. Jameson pulled me into the closet. If it had been hard not to think of the hot tub before, it was impossible now. So much for Gray's distraction, he murmured into my neck as he pulled me close, and we disappeared back into the seemingly endless racks of clothes. I stood still, barely breathing, and all too aware that he was doing the same behind me. Xander must have hidden too, because for several seconds, the only sound in the bedroom was the clicking of Zara's heels. I willed my heart to stop beating so hard and tried to stay focused on tracking Zara's movements, not on the way my body fit against Jameson's. Not on the fact that I could feel his heart beating too. The footsteps stopped directly outside the closet. I felt Jameson's breath on the back of my neck and pushed back the urge to shiver. Don't move. Don't breathe. Don't think. The bodyguard positioned at the door is a dead giveaway, Zara called, her voice as clear as a bell and sharp as a knife. You might as well come out. Jameson pressed a finger to my lips, then stepped out of our hiding place, leaving me hidden in shadow, still feeling the ghost of his touch. I was hoping we could talk, he told his aunt. Of course, Zara replied smoothly. After all, the proper way of starting a conversation often involves lurking in your conversation partner's closet. She peered past Jameson to the rack of clothes where I was still hiding. I'm waiting. After a long moment, I stepped out. Now, Zara said, explain. I swallowed. Your father left you his wedding ring. I am aware, Zara replied. 20 years ago, when the old man first revised his will to disinherit you all, he left you the exact same thing, Jameson added. Zara arched an eyebrow at us. And? Can we see it? That was Xander, who had poked his head out of the bathroom. Even though he was the one who'd asked the question, I was the one who received the response. "Allow me to get this straight," Zara said, staring past Jameson and straight to me. "You, to whom my father left virtually everything, want the one and only thing he left to me?" "When she puts it that way," Max said, appearing in the doorway, "it does sound like kind of a deck move." Behind her, I could see Eli. He wasn't acting like Zara was a threat. 5 minutes. Jameson flipped into negotiation mode. "Just give us 5 minutes with the ring. There must be something you want. Name your terms." Again, Zara's attention stayed focused on me. $5 million. Her smile didn't even come close to reaching her eyes. "I'll give you lot 5 minutes with my father's ring," she enunciated, "for the low, low price of $5 million. Chapter 51. $5 million? I said those words repeatedly as we retreated from Zara's wing to Tobias Hawthorne's study to strategize. $5 million? Does Zara honestly think that Elisa is just going to agree to cut that kind of check? The will was still in probate. Even once the estate was settled, I was a minor. There were trustees. I could practically hear my lawyer throwing out terms like fiduciary duty. "She's playing with us." Jameson sounded more pensive than outraged. Grayson tilted his head to the side. "Perhaps it would be wise to—" "I can get the money," Xander blurted out. His brothers stared at him. "You want to pay Zara $5 million to show us your grandfather's wedding ring?" I said, stunned. "Wait," Grayson narrowed his eyes. "You have $5 million? Each year on their birthdays, the Hawthorne grandsons had been given $10,000 to invest. Xander had spent years dumping it into cryptocurrency, then sold at just the right time. And that money wasn't part of Tobias Hawthorne's estate. It was Xander's, and apparently his brothers hadn't been aware of it until now. "Look, ashhole," Max said, pointing a finger at Xander. "Nobody is giving anybody $5 million. We'll just have to find another way to get the ring." "You're still a minor," Grayson told Xander, his voice low. "If Sky finds out you have that kind of money—" "It's in a trust," Xander assured him. "Nash is the trustee. Sky isn't getting near it." "And you think Nash is going to let you write Zara a check for $5 million? I asked incredulously. That seemed about as likely as Elisa letting me access the funds. "I can be very persuasive," Xander insisted. "There's another way." Jameson had that look on his face, the one that told me he'd found a way of moving this chess game into 3 dimensions. "We'll set up a trade." Grayson's eyes narrowed. "And what, precisely, do you think our aunt would trade for her father's wedding ring?" Jameson smiled at me as he replied, like he and I were in this together, like he expected me to anticipate his words. "Her mother's." I didn't know much about the late Alice O'Day Hawthorne, but I did know who had inherited her jewelry. We found Nan in the music room, sitting in a small wing-back chair, facing ceiling-to-floor windows that looked out on the pool and the estate beyond. "Don't just stand there," Nan ordered without ever turning around. "Help an old lady up." We made our way into the room. Grayson offered his great-grandmother an arm, but she looked past him to me. "You, girl!" I helped her out of the chair. Nan leaned on her cane and examined the 5 of us. "Who's she supposed to be?" the old woman grunted, nodding toward Max. "That's my friend Max," Xander replied. "Your friend Max?" I repeated. "I promised to build her a droid," Xander said cheerily. "We're very close now. But that's beside the point. We need your help, Nan. Grayson circled back to the reason we were here.
You do you?
Nan snorted in her great-grandson's direction, then cut a glance toward me. She was scowling, but the flash of raw hope in her eyes was heartbreaking. Without meaning to, I thought back to the Laughlins telling me how cruel I was for playing with an old woman. Nan loved Toby. She wanted us to find him. Here's hoping she wants that badly enough to give us the ring. I took a deep breath. We found a message that your son-in-law left for Skye right after Toby disappeared. Message was probably stretching it a little, but it was less complicated than the truth. We think the old man left a similar message for Zara, and that together they might somehow lead us to Toby. But to get what we need from Zara, Jameson interjected, we need to offer her something in return.
And what might that something be?
Nan's eyes narrowed. Jameson looked at Grayson. Neither one of them actually wanted to say it. We need your daughter's wedding ring, I told her evenly, so that we can trade it for your son-in-law's. Nan harumphed.
Zara always was a strange, quiet little thing.
I feel a story coming on. Xander rubbed his hands together. Nan tells the best stories. Nan swiped at him with her cane.
Don't you try to butter me up, Alexander Hawthorne.
Is that what I'm doing? Xander asked innocently. Nan scowled, but she couldn't resist a captive audience.
Zara was a shy, bookish child, not like my Alice, who loved attention. I remember when Alice was pregnant with Zara, how giddy she was at the thought of having a little girl of her own to spoil.
Nan shook her head.
But Zara never took much to spoiling. It drove my Alice up the wall. I used to tell her that the girl was just sensitive, that all she needed was some toughening up. I told her Skye was the one to worry about. That child came out of the womb tap dancing.
I thought about the picture of Toby, Zara, and Skye. They'd looked so happy. Before Toby had found out about the secrets and lies, before Skye had gotten pregnant with Nash, before Zara had gone from quiet and bookish to the cold, hyper-controlled force she was now. About that ring, Jameson said, turning on the charm. The old man left Zara the same bequest in multiple wills, his wedding ring. May she love as wholly and steadfastly as I loved her mother. That ring is a clue.
Not much of one. Steadfastly? Nan grunted. Wholly? Leaving his own daughter nothing but a damned wedding ring? Tobias never was as subtle as he liked to think.
It took me a second to understand what she was implying. He left Zara his wedding ring and a message about being steadfast in love to make a point. Constantine is Zara's second husband. Grayson didn't miss much. 20 years ago, when Toby disappeared, Zara was married to someone else.
She was having an affair.
Xander didn't phrase that as a question. Nan turned back toward the window and stared out at the estate.
I'll give you Alice's ring,
she said abruptly. She began walking slowly toward the doorway, and I saw Eli standing just outside.
When you give it to her, you tell Zara that she'll get no judgment from me. She's toughened up just fine, and we all do what we have to do to survive.
Chapter 52. Alice Hawthorne's wedding ring wasn't what I'd pictured. The diamond, singular, was small. The bands, which had been soldered together, were thin and made of gold. I'd been expecting platinum and a stone the size of my knuckle, but this wasn't ostentatious. It looked like it had cost a few $100s at most. You should take it to her. Jameson looked from the ring to my face. Alone, heiress. Zara clearly sees this as an issue between her and you. I saw something inside the band then. 8/3/75. A date, I thought. August 3rd, 1975. Their wedding date? Avery? Grayson must have seen something on my face. Is everything okay? I took my phone out and snapped a picture of the inside of the ring. Time to make a trade.
Nan just gave it to you?
Zara somehow managed not to choke on those words.
Legally, she transferred its ownership to you.
I got the feeling that this could go south very quickly, so I reiterated why I was here. Nan gave me this ring to trade you for your father's ring. Zara's eyes closed. I wondered what she was thinking, what she was remembering. Finally, Zara reached for a delicate chain around her neck and pulled a thick silver band out from underneath her lacy dress shirt. She closed her fist over it, then opened her eyes.
My father's ring, she agreed hoarsely, in exchange for my mother's.
Her hands shook as she undid the clasp on the chain. I handed her Alice Hawthorne's ring, and she handed me the old man's. Unable to resist the impulse, I turned the ring in my hand, looking for an inscription. And there it was, another date, 9/7/48. His date of birth? I asked, taking a stab in the dark. Zara didn't have to glance down at the ring to know what I was talking about. This was the only thing her father had left her. I had no doubt she'd been over it with a fine-tooth comb.
No,
Zara said stiffly. Your mother's?
No.
She brushed off the question in a way that distinctly discouraged follow-up questions. But I had to ask at least one. What about August 3rd, 1975? I said. Was that the day they got married?
No, it was not,
Zara replied.
Now, if you could please take that ring and see yourself out, I would greatly appreciate it.
I walked toward the door, then hesitated. Didn't you wonder, I asked Zara, about the inscription? Silence. I started to think she had no intention of replying, but just as my hand closed around the doorknob, Zara surprised me.
I did not have to wonder,
she said tersely. I glanced back at her. Zara shook her head, her grip on her mother's wedding ring iron tight.
It's a code, obviously. One of his little games. I'm supposed to decode it. Follow the clue wherever it leads.
Why didn't you? If she'd known that there was meaning to this bequest, why hadn't she played?
Because I don't want to know what else my father had to say.
Zara pressed her lips together, and something about her expression made her look decades younger, vulnerable.
I was never enough for him. Toby was his favorite, then Sky. I was last no matter what I did. That was never going to change. He left his fortune to a total stranger rather than leaving it to me. What else could I possibly need to know?
Zara didn't seem so formidable now. Nan said to tell you something. I cleared my throat. She said to tell you that we all do what we have to do to survive. Zara let out a low, dry laugh.
That sounds like her. She paused. I was never her favorite either.
The tree is poison, Toby had written. Don't you see? It poisoned S and Z and me. Your father left Sky a clue, too. I didn't know why I was telling her this. I shouldn't have been telling her this. Grayson had been very clear in his warning. Zara and Sky couldn't find out that Toby was alive.
At True North, I assume?
Zara really was a Hawthorne. She'd seen the meaning in the will. She just hadn't cared. No, I thought, she cared. She just wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of playing. He left Sky a picture, I said softly, of you and her and a guy named Jake Nash. Zara sucked in a breath. She looked like I'd slapped her.
"Now would be a good time for you to leave," she said.
On the way out, I placed her father's wedding ring on an end table. I'd committed the date to memory. I'd gotten what I needed. There was no reason for me to take this from her, too. Chapter 53. Late into the night, the 5 of us dug into the Hawthorne family history, looking for meaning in those dates. August 3rd, 1975. September 7th, 1948. Tobias Hawthorne had been born in 1944. Alice had been born in 1948, but in February, not in September. The 2 of them were married in 1974. Zara was born 2 years later, Sky 3 years after that, and Toby 2 years later, in 1981. Tobias Hawthorne had filed his first patent in 1969. He'd founded his first company in 1971. A little before midnight, I got a call from Libby. I answered the phone with a question. "Did you find something?" We might have hit a wall, but Libby had spent hours in Newcastle. She'd had time to ask about Harry, time to look for him.
"No one at the soup kitchen has seen him for weeks."
My sister's tone was hard for me to place.
"So we tried the park."
"Libby?" I could hear my own heart beating in the silence that followed. "What did you find?"
"We talked to an older man, Frank. Nash tried to bribe him."
"Didn't work, did it?" I asked. More silence. "Lib?"
"He wasn't going to tell us anything, but then he looked at me for a minute, and he asked me if my name was Avery. Nash told him it was."
I should have been there myself. I should have been the one talking to Frank. "What did he say?"
"He gave me an envelope with your name on it. A message from Harry."
The world came screeching to a halt. Toby left me a message. I wanted to stop the thought there, but I couldn't. My father left me a message. "Take a picture of the envelope," I told Libby, recovering my voice. "And the letter. I want to read it myself."
"Ave?"
Libby's voice got very soft. "Just do it," I said urgently. "Please." Less than a minute later, the pictures came through. My first name was written on the envelope in familiar scrawl, part print, part cursive. I scrolled through to the next picture, the message, and my heart sank all the way to my stomach. The only words that Toby Hawthorne had for me were, "Stop looking." I couldn't sleep. The next day was Monday. I had school, and at this rate, I was going to be up staring at my ceiling all night. Rolling out of bed and walking over to my closet, I withdrew the lone ratty bag I'd brought from home. I unzipped the pocket on the side and pulled out my mom's postcards, the only thing I had left of her. "I have a secret," I could hear her saying it. I could see her smile, like she was there with me right now. "Why didn't you just tell me?" I whispered. Why had she pretended my father was someone else? Why hadn't Toby been a part of my life? Why didn't he want me looking for him now? Something snapped inside of me, and before I knew it, I was walking. Out of my room, past Orrin, who was positioned outside my door. I barely heard his objections. My pace picked up, and by the time I rounded the corner to Toby's wing, I was running. The brick wall stared back at me. The Laughlins thought I had no business in Toby's wing. I'd been warned away. I'd walked into my bedroom to find it bloody, and right now, I didn't care if they were the ones who'd done it, or if it was another member of the staff. I didn't care who had been the stalker in the woods at True North, or who'd decorated my locker. I didn't care about Ricky Grambs or Sky Hawthorne, or the way the skin over my knuckles split as I punched them into that wall. Toby thought he could tell me to stop looking? He didn't want to be found? He didn't get to tell me to stop. Nobody did. Orrin moved to restrain me, and I fought him. I wanted to fight someone. Orrin let me. He wasn't going to allow me to hurt myself, but he wouldn't stop me from lashing out at him. That just made me angrier. I ducked his grip and barreled toward the bricks. Eris! Suddenly, Jameson was standing between me and the wall. I tried to stop, but couldn't in time, and my fist connected with his chest. He didn't even blink. I uncurled my fists, staring at him, realizing what had happened, and horrified that I had hit him. I'm sorry. I had no excuse for losing it like this. So Toby had told me to stop looking? So he didn't want to be found? So what? What was that to me? Tell me what you need. Jameson wasn't flirting. He wasn't being cryptic. He wasn't using me in any way that I could tell. I let out a long, effortful breath. I need to take this damn wall down. Jameson nodded. He looked past me to Orrin. We're going to need a sledgehammer. Chapter 54. I took that wall down, brick by brick, and when my arms couldn't hold the sledgehammer any longer, Jameson took over for me. With one last swing, he cleared enough that I could step through the rubble. Jameson ducked in after me. Orrin let us go. He didn't even try to follow. He stayed positioned at the entrance to Toby's wing, on the lookout for anyone who might decide that we didn't belong there. You must think I've lost it. I snuck a look at Jameson as I walked across the marble floor of Toby's hall. I think, Jameson murmured, that you finally let go. I remembered the way his skin had felt under my hands in the hot tub. That was letting go. This was me, hanging on to something. I didn't even know what. He doesn't want me to find him. Saying the words out loud made it feel real. Which suggests, Jameson added, that he thinks we might be able to. We. I stepped into Toby's bedroom. The black lights were still there. Jameson turned them on. The writing was still on the literal walls. I've been thinking, Jameson said, like it was a confession, like his mind wasn't always on the move. The old man didn't leave Xander an impossible task. He left a game, one originally meant for Zara and Sky. And that means that if we follow this through to the end, there will be an end. This is all leading somewhere. I can feel it. I took a step toward him, then another, and another. You can feel it too, can't you? Jameson said as I closed the space between us. I could feel it. The chase was gaining momentum. The hunt was closing in. Eventually, we'd figure out what the dates on the rings meant. We were barreling forward, Jameson and me. I pushed him up against the closet wall. I could see Toby's writing all around him, but I didn't want to think about Toby, who'd told me to stop looking. I didn't want to think about anything, so I kissed the boy. This time, it wasn't rough or frantic. It was gentle and slow and terrifying and perfect. And for once in my life, I didn't feel alone. Chapter 55. The next day at school, I didn't wait for Jameson to find me. I found him. What if the numbers aren't dates? I said. That got me a slow, winding, wicked smile. Eris, you took the words right out of my mouth. I half expected to end up back on the roof, but this time Jameson took me to one of the learning pods in the STEM center. Basically, it was a small square room where the walls, ceiling, and floor were all painted with whiteboard material. There were 2 white rolling chairs in the center of the room, and nothing else. Eli started to follow us inside, and Jameson took that as his cue to run a hand down my back and bring his lips to the spot where my neck met my jawline. I arched my neck, and Eli went bright red and stepped out of the room. Jameson shut the door and went to work. There were 5 dry erase markers attached to the back of each of the rolling chairs. Jameson grabbed one of the markers and began writing on the wall directly in front of the chair. 8375, he said. I rattled off the next 4 numbers from memory as he continued writing. 9748. Writing the numbers without the dashes freed up countless possibilities. A passcode? I asked Jameson. A PIN number? Not enough digits in either of them for a phone number or a zip code. Jameson stepped back, sat down in one of the chairs, and pushed off. An address, a combination. I flashed back to the moment when he and I had stepped off a helicopter with a different sequence of numbers. The air between us had felt electric, just like it did now. We'd been flying high, and 30 seconds later, he'd gone cold. But this time was different, because this time we were on the same page. This time there were no expectations. I was in control. Coordinates, I said. That had been one of Jameson's suggestions the last time around. He turned the chair and with a push of his heels came skidding back to me. Coordinates, he repeated, eyes alight. 9748. Assuming the numbers are already in the correct order, 9 has to be the number of degrees. 97 is too big. I thought back to my 5th grade geography class. Latitude and longitude run from -90 to 90. You 2 don't know the valence of any of the numbers, obviously. Jameson and I whipped our heads back toward the door of the pod. Xander was standing there. I could see Eli, still red-faced, behind him. Xander stepped into the pod, shut the door, and, with no hesitation whatsoever, leaped forward to flying tackle Jameson to the ground. How many times do I have to tell you? The youngest Hawthorne demanded. This is my game. No one is solving this without me. He plucked the marker from Jameson's hand and stood. That was a friendly tackle, he assured me. Mostly. Jameson rolled his eyes. We don't know the valence of the numbers. He echoed the last thing Xander had said pre-tackle. And we also don't know which is latitude and which is longitude. So 9 degrees could be 9 degrees north, south, west, or east. 8375. I grabbed another marker off one of the chairs and underlined the numbers on the board in different combinations. The degrees could be 8 or 83. Jameson smiled. North, south, east, or west. How many total possibilities? Xander mused. 24. Jameson and I answered at exactly the same time. Xander gave us a look. Is there something going on here that I should be aware of? He asked, gesturing between the 2 of us. Jameson shared a brief look with me. Nothing of note. He said nothing like it was something. None of my business, Xander declared. But for the record, you lovebirds are incorrect. There are way more than 24 possible locations here. Jameson narrowed his eyes. I can do the math, Xan. And I can humbly inform you, big brother, that there are 3 different ways of listing coordinates. Xander grinned. Degrees, minutes, seconds. Degrees, decimal minutes, and decimal degrees. With only 4 digits, Jameson insisted, we're probably looking at decimal degrees. Xander winked at me. But probably is never good enough. Pacific Ocean, Jameson called out, and I wrote the location next to the designated coordinates. Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal. Xander picked up right where his brother had left off. Arctic Ocean. Arctic Ocean again. Both of them were entering coordinates into a map search. My brain kicked up a gear with each location they called out. The Arctic. That couldn't be where this clue was supposed to point us, could it? And that was assuming that these numbers were coordinates at all. Antarctic Ice Shield, Jameson offered. ×4. By the time we were finished, the number of actual, non-Arctic land locations on our list was much smaller than I'd expected. There were 2 in Nigeria, 1 in Liberia, 1 in Guinea, and 1 in Costa Rica, I said out loud, unsure at first why that location was the one that had jumped out to me. But a moment later, I remembered the last time I'd read the words Costa Rica in the binder. You have that look on your face, Jameson told me, his lips quirking upward. You know something. I closed my eyes and focused on the memory, not his lips. Sky's bequest had led to True North, one of the Hawthorne family's many vacation homes. Mine now. I tried to remember the pages I'd flipped through the night of the auction. Patagonia, Santorini, Kauai, Malta, Seychelles. Cartago, Costa Rica. I opened my eyes. Tobias Hawthorne owned a house there. I pulled out my phone and looked up the latitude and longitude of Cartago, then turned my phone's screen toward the boys. It's a match. I tried to remember what the Cartago house looked like, but all I could see in my mind's eye was the surrounding vegetation and flowers, lush and bright and larger than life. We need to go to Costa Rica. Xander didn't exactly sound put out by that. I can't, I said, frustrated. I'd had to fight to go to Colorado. There was no way that Oren and Elisa would sign off on international travel, not when I could only spend 2 more nights away from Hawthorne House this month. Xander's not going anywhere either. For a second time, I found myself turning toward the doorway of the pod. Thea stood there. Are you just letting anyone in? I called to Eli. The reply I got was muffled, but I made out the words, not my job. Rebecca needs you, Thea told Xander. For the first time since I'd met her, she wasn't wearing any makeup. She looked almost mortal. She didn't come to school today. It's her mom. I know it is. Rebecca won't answer my calls, so it's going to have to be you. It was clearly killing Thea to ask him, but there she was. I expected Xander to put up a fight. How many times had he said that this was his game? But Xander just stared at Thea for a moment, then turned back to Jameson. I guess you're going to Cartago. Jameson glanced at me. I was fully prepared for him to ask me for another plane. Instead, the expression on his face shifted. Can you call Libby and Nash? Chapter 56. It makes no sense, I told Max that afternoon. Jameson never lets up on a puzzle. What's his angle here? Nash and Libby had agreed to go to Cartago. I was sitting in my bedroom, staring at the photograph of the Cartago house. A quartet of columns held a tile roof over a large porch, but the house itself was small, less than 1,000 square feet. Maybe he doesn't have an angle, Max said. My eyes narrowed. He's Jameson Hawthorne. He always has an angle. A sharp knock at the door cut off whatever Max would have said in reply. I went to answer it, annoyed that a part of me couldn't think about Jameson without thinking about the way it felt when his lips brushed lightly against my neck. I opened the door to find someone holding a tall stack of fluffy white towels. The towels blocked the person's face, and my mind went to the bloodied heart that someone, likely a staff member, had left in my room. I took a step back. My heart rate jumped. Then Eli stepped into view. "She's clear," he told me. I nodded and stepped back. The person holding the towels walked past me. Melly. She didn't say a word to us and made her way into my bathroom. I will never get used to someone else doing my... I didn't get to say the word laundry before a gut-rattling scream tore through the air. My body responded before my brain did, launching me into the bathroom, just in time to see Melly slamming closed the doors to my bathroom armoire.
"Snake!" she wheezed. "There's a snake in your..."
Eli pulled me back into the bedroom. I heard him making a call, and less than 2 minutes later, my room was flooded with guards.
"What the elf?" Max demanded. "Did she say snake?"
"Rattlesnake." Orrin took Max and me aside. "Dead. No actual danger." I met his eyes and said what he wasn't saying. Just a threat. Someone wanted me scared. Who and why? Deep down, some part of me knew the answer. An hour later, I went back to Toby's wing. Max went with me, and so did Orrin. The entire wing had been bricked up again. I turned back to Orrin. "The Laughlins did this." I wasn't sure if I was talking about the wall or the snake. They don't want me asking questions about Toby. "The threat level has been assessed," Orrin told me. "It will continue to be assessed, and we will respond accordingly." "Avery?" I turned and saw Grayson making his way down the hall toward us. He always seemed so in control, so certain that the world would bend to his will. If he wanted me safe, I would be safe. "I take it you heard about the snake?" I said wryly. "I did." Grayson arched an eyebrow at Orrin. "I trust it's being handled." Orrin did not dignify that comment with a response. "I also talked to Jameson." Grayson's tone gave away nothing. I saw myself with Jameson at school, in Toby's wing, in the hot tub, and I had to look away from Grayson's piercing silver eyes. "I understand we're in a waiting pattern." It took me a moment to realize that when he said he'd talked to Jameson, he meant about the numbers, about Cartago, not us. "I thought perhaps," Grayson said evenly, "you could use a distraction." "What kind of distraction?" Max asked, her tone just innocent enough to make me think the question wasn't innocent at all. "A friendly one," I told her sternly. That's all Grayson and I were, friends. He straightened his suit jacket and smiled. "Either of you ladies up for a game?" Chapter 57. The game room at Hawthorne House sent Max into a state of nearly apoplectic joy. The room was lined with shelves, the shelves filled with hundreds, maybe even thousands, of board games from around the world. We started with Settlers of Catan. Grayson decimated us. We worked our way through 4 other games, none of which I'd even heard of before. As we were debating our next selection, Jameson strolled into the room. "How about an old Hawthorne standard?" he suggested wickedly. "Strip bowling." "What the shelf is strip bowling?" Max demanded. Then she looked at me, eyes sparkling. "Don't you dare," I told her silently. "Never mind," Max grinned. "Avery and I are in." Strip bowling was exactly what it sounded like, in that it involved both bowling and, if you were unsuccessful, stripping. "The goal is to knock over the least pins," Jameson explained. "But you have to be careful, because any time your ball ends up in the gutter, you lose an article of clothing. I could feel heat rising in my cheeks. My entire body felt warm. Too warm. This was a horrible idea. "This is a horrible idea," Grayson said. For a second or two, he and Jameson engaged in a silent standoff. "Then why are you here?" Jameson volleyed back, waltzing over to pick out a dark green bowling ball with the Hawthorne crest on it. "No one is forcing you to play." Grayson didn't move, and neither did I.
"So, theoretically," Max said, "I want to knock over either 0 pins or only 1, whichever I can manage without putting the ball in the gutter?"
When Jameson answered, his green eyes locked onto mine. "Theoretically." It became quickly apparent that excelling at strip bowling required precision and a high tolerance for risk. The first time Jameson cut things too close, and his ball landed in the gutter, he took off a shoe. Then another shoe. A sock. Another sock. His shirt. I tried not to look at the scar that ran the length of his torso, tried not to picture myself touching his chest. Instead, I focused on taking my turn. I was losing, badly. I'd even bowled a strike once, so determined was I to stay out of the gutter. This time, I cut things a little closer. When I knocked a single pin down, a breath left my chest. Grayson went next and lost his suit jacket. Max made it all the way down to her polka-dotted bra. Then it was Jameson's turn again, and the ball hung to the edge of the lane until the very end, then toppled into the gutter. I tried, and failed, to look away as Jameson's fingers reached for the waistband of his jeans.
"Help me, Cheez-Its,"
Max murmured beside me. Without warning, the door to the room burst inward, and Xander barreled into the bowling alley, then skidded to a halt. He was breathing hard enough to make me wonder how long he'd been running.
"Seriously?" Xander wheezed. "You're playing strip bowling without me? Never mind. Focus. This is me focusing."
"Focusing on what?" I asked.
"I have news,"
Xander blurted out.
"What kind of news?" Max asked.
Xander glanced toward her. He definitely noticed the polka-dotted bra.
"Focus,"
Max reminded him.
"What kind of news?"
"Is Rebecca okay?" Jameson asked, and I remembered Xander's conversation with Thea.
"For some values of okay," Xander said.
That sentence made sense to no one except Xander, but he plowed on.
"Thea was right. Rebecca's mom is having a rough day. There was vodka involved. She told Rebecca something."
"What kind of something?" Jameson took his turn trying to prompt Xander into spilling. Jameson's pants were still in place, but the top button had been undone. Okay, now I need to focus. "Avery, do you remember what Rebecca's mom said at the fundraiser about all of her babies dying?" "Nash said there were miscarriages," I said quietly, "before Rebecca."
"That's what Bex thought she meant too," Xander said quietly.
"But it wasn't?" I stared at him, having no idea whatsoever where this was going. "She was talking about Emily," Grayson said, his voice pained.
"Emily," Xander confirmed, "and Toby."
I felt the world slow down around me. "What are you talking about?"
"Toby was a Laughlin," Xander swallowed. "Rebecca didn't know. No one did. Her parents were 40 when they had Emily, but 25 years earlier, for the math-minded among us, that would be 42 years ago, when Rebecca's mom was a teenager living in Wayback Cottage,
she got pregnant," Jameson stated the obvious. "And Mr. and Mrs. Laughlin covered it up?" Grayson was intent on getting answers. "Why?" Xander raised his shoulders up as high as they would go, then let them fall in the world's most elaborate shrug. Rebecca's mom wouldn't explain, but she did rant to Bex, at length, about the fact that when one of the Hawthorne daughters got pregnant years later, she didn't have to hide her pregnancy. She got to keep her baby. Skye hadn't been forced to put Nash up for adoption. I remembered what Rebecca's mother had said to Libby at the fundraiser. Never trust a Hawthorne. They take everything. Did Rebecca's mom want to keep her baby? I asked, horrified. Did they make her give him away? And why would they force her to hide the pregnancy? I don't know the details, Xander said. But according to Rebecca, her mother wasn't even told that the Hawthornes were the ones adopting the baby. She thought that our grandmother really was pregnant with a little boy and that her own baby was adopted by a stranger. That was horrifying. That's why they kept Toby's adoption a secret, so she wouldn't know her baby was right there. But as Toby grew up, Xander shrugged again, the motion understated this time. She figured it out? I imagined giving up a baby and then realizing that a child you'd seen grow up was yours. I imagined being Toby and discovering this secret. Rebecca's been forbidden from seeing any of us, Xander grimaced. Her mom said that the Hawthorne family takes and takes. She said that we don't play by any rules and don't care who we hurt. She blames our family for Toby's death. And Emily's, Grayson added roughly. For all of it. Xander sat down, right where he was standing. The room went quiet. Max and Jameson weren't wearing shirts. I was down one shoe. I knew instinctively that our game of strip bowling was over, and none of it mattered, because all I could think was that Rebecca's mom thought Toby was dead. And so did Mr. and Mrs. Laughlin. Chapter 58. The next day, before school, I went to find Mrs. Laughlin. I located her in the kitchen and asked Eli to give us a moment. The most he would give me was 6 or 7 extra feet. Mrs. Laughlin was kneading dough. She saw me out of the corner of her eye and kneaded harder. "What can I do for you?" she asked tersely. I braced myself because I was almost certain this wasn't going to go well. I probably should have just kept my mouth shut, but I'd spent most of the night thinking that if Rebecca's mom was Toby's mom, then the Laughlins hadn't just watched Toby grow up. They hadn't just loved him because he was lovable. He was their grandson. And that makes me. I pressed my lips together, then decided that the best way to rip a bandage off was quickly. "I need to talk to you about Toby." I kept my voice low. Wham! Mrs. Laughlin picked the dough up and expertly slammed it back down, then wiped her hands on her apron and whipped her head to look directly at me. "Listen to me, little miss. You may own this house. You may be richer than sin. You could own the sun for all I care. But I will not let you hurt everyone who loved that boy by dredging this up and—" "He was your grandson." My voice shook. "Your daughter got pregnant. You hid it, and the Hawthornes adopted the baby." Mrs. Laughlin went pale. "Hush," she ordered, her voice shaking even more than mine had. "You can't walk around here saying things like that." "Toby was your grandson," I repeated. My throat felt like it was swelling, and my eyes were starting to sting. "And I think he's my father." Mrs. Laughlin's mouth opened, then twisted, like she'd been on the verge of yelling at me, then run out of air. Both of her hands went to the flour-covered countertop, and she held on to it like what I'd just said was threatening to bring her to her knees. I took a step toward her. I wanted to reach out, but I didn't press my luck. Instead, I held out the file I had retrieved from Tobias Hawthorne's study. Mrs. Laughlin didn't take it. I wasn't sure she could. "Here," I said. "No." She closed her eyes and shook her head. "No, I'm not going to." I took a single sheet of paper out of the file. "This is my birth certificate," I said quietly. "Look at the signature." And bless her, she did. I heard a sharp intake of air, and then finally she looked back at me. My eyes were stinging worse now, but I kept going. I didn't want to stop, because part of me was terrified about what she might say. "Here are some pictures Tobias Hawthorne had a private detective take of me shortly before he died." I laid 3 photographs out on the counter. 2 of me playing chess with Harry, 1 of the 2 of us in line for a breakfast sandwich. Toby wasn't facing the camera in any of them, but I willed Mrs. Laughlin to look at what she could see. His hair, his body, the way he stood. Recognize him. "That man," I said, nodding to the pictures. "He showed up right after my mother died. I thought he was homeless. Maybe he was. We played chess in the park every week, sometimes every morning." I could hear the raw emotion in my own voice. "He and I had this ongoing bet that if I won, he had to let me buy him breakfast. But if he won, I couldn't even offer. I'm competitive, and I'm good at chess, so I won a lot. But he won more." Mrs. Laughlin closed her eyes, but they didn't stay closed for long. And when she opened them, she stared right at the photographs. "That could be anyone," she said roughly. I swallowed. "Why do you think Tobias Hawthorne left me his fortune?" I asked quietly. Mrs. Laughlin's breath grew ragged. She turned to look at me, and when she did, I saw every emotion I felt mirrored in her eyes, and then some. "Oh, Tobias," she whispered. It was the first time I'd ever heard her call her former employer anything but Mr. Hawthorne. "What did you do?" "We're still trying to figure it out," I said, a ball of emotion rising in my throat. "But—" I never got the chance to finish that sentence, because the next thing I knew, Mrs. Laughlin was hugging me, holding on to me for dear life. Chapter 59. The downside of modular scheduling was that some days my classes were scheduled so tightly that I barely even had time for lunch. Today was one of those days. I had exactly 1 mod, 22 minutes, to make it to the refectory, buy food, eat it, and haul myself back to the physics lab across campus. While I was waiting in line, I got a text from Libby, a photograph taken out the window of a plane. The ocean below was a brilliant green-blue. The land in the distance was tree-covered. And coming into view, amid those trees was what I recognized as the very top of an architectural marvel. The Basilica de Nuestra Señora de los Ángeles in Cartago. I made it to the front of the line and paid. As I sat down to eat, all I could think was that Libby and Nash were landing in Cartago. They would make their way to the house. They would find something. And somehow, the puzzle that Tobias Hawthorne had left first for his daughters, and then for Xander, would start to make sense. "May I sit?" I looked up to see Rebecca, and for a moment, I just stared at her. She'd cut her long, dark red hair off at the chin. The ends were uneven, but something about the way it flared out around her face made her look almost otherworldly. "Sure," I said. "Knock yourself out." Rebecca sat. Without her long hair to hide behind, her eyes looked impossibly large. Her chest rose and fell, a deep breath.
"Sander told you," she said.
"He did," I replied, and then my sense of empathy got the better of me. Because as much of a mind warp as this revelation had been for me, it might have actually been worse for her. "Don't expect me to start calling you Aunt Rebecca." That surprised a laugh out of her.
"You sounded like her just then," she told me after a moment. "Emily."
That was the exact instant that I realized that if Rebecca was my aunt, then Emily had been too. I thought about Thea, dressing me up like Emily. I'd never thought we looked anything alike, but when Grayson had seen me coming down the stairs at the charity gala, he'd looked like he'd seen a ghost. Do I have some Emily in me? "Was your dad—" I started to ask Rebecca, but I wasn't sure how to phrase my question. "How long have your parents been together?"
"Since high school,"
Rebecca said. "So your dad was Toby's father?" Rebecca shook her head.
"I don't know. I'm not even 100% sure my dad—"
Let's take a brief moment to unwind, around 1 minute of peaceful rest. Thank you for allowing us to be part of your day. The story will resume shortly.
Kiss in the rain, let the world fade away. Lips collide in the sweet ballet. Nothing but us as the raindrops play. Kiss in the rain, take my breath today. Electric touch every time we meet. Even storms can't tear us apart. Thunder rolls, but our love won't defeat. Together we'll conquer life's wild heart. Kiss in the rain.
Dad knows there was a baby."
She looked down.
"My dad loves my mom. That fairy tale, all-encompassing, even our own kids will never compare kind of love. He took her name when they got married. He let her make all the decisions about Emily's medical treatment."
I took that to mean that if Rebecca's mother had doted on Emily and ignored Rebecca, her father had backed that decision too.
"I'm sorry,"
Rebecca said softly. "About what?" I asked. As messed up as the Laughlin family secrets were, I wasn't the one who'd grown up in Toby's shadow. This had affected Rebecca's life more than mine.
"I'm sorry about what I did to you," Rebecca clarified. "About what I didn't do."
I thought about the night Drake had tried to kill me. After a disastrous makeout session with Jameson, I'd ended up in a room alone with Rebecca. We'd talked. If she'd told me then what she knew about Drake and Sky, there would have been nothing to forgive.
"I've been trying so hard to be okay."
Rebecca wasn't even looking at me anymore.
"But I'm not. That poem Toby left, the William Blake one, I have a copy on my phone, and I keep reading it over and over, and all I can think is that I wish I had read it sooner, because when I was growing up, I buried all my anger. No matter what Emily wanted or what I had to give up for her, I was supposed to be okay with it. I was supposed to smile. And the one time I let myself get mad, she—"
Rebecca couldn't say it, so I said it for her. "Died."
"It messed me up, and I messed up, and I'm so sorry, Avery."
"Okay," I said, and to my surprise, I meant it.
"If it's any consolation," Rebecca continued, "I'm angry now, finally, at so many people."
I thought back to her fight with Thea on the plane, and then I thought about the absolutely infuriating message Toby had left me. "I'm angry too," I told Rebecca. "And for the record, I like your hair." Chapter 60. When Orrin picked Eli and me up after school, Elisa was in the passenger seat, and Landon was in the back, tapping furiously away on her phone. "Everything is fine," Elisa assured me, which was pretty much the opposite of comforting. "We've got this under control, but—" "But what?" I glanced over at Landon. "What's she doing here?" There was a beat of silence. That was all it took for Elisa to craft her reply. "Sky and your father are offering themselves as an interview package to the highest bidder." Elisa expelled an aggrieved breath. "If we want to quash the story, Landon is going to have to make it worth the high bidder's while to bury it." I'd had enough on my mind these past few days that I'd barely thought about Ricky Grambs. I tried to read between the lines of Elisa's statement. "Are you saying you're going to pay off whoever buys their interview?" Landon finally looked up from her phone. "Yes and no," she told me before turning her attention to Elisa. "Monica thinks she can make the network pony up, but we're going to have to guarantee them Avery and at least one Hawthorne." "They'll pay for exclusivity from Sky?" Elisa asked. "Complete with an NDA preventing Sky and Grambs from taking their story elsewhere?" "They'll pay for it. They'll bury it." Landon pinched the bridge of her nose, like she could feel a migraine coming on. "But the latest they'll agree to for a sit-down with Avery is tomorrow night." "Good Lord," Elisa shook her head. "Can she handle it?" "I'm sitting right here," I pointed out. "She'll have to," Landon spoke over me. "But we're going to have to crunch." "Crunch what, exactly?" I asked. Everyone in the car ignored the question. "Avery's interview is non-exclusive," Elisa told Landon, "and they have a deal. They'll want an embargo on other interviews for at least a month." Landon's reply was automatic. 3 weeks, Elisa countered. "And it applies only to Avery, not any of her surrogates." Since when did I have surrogates? I wasn't running for president here. "Which Hawthorne am I offering as part of the package?" Landon asked, all business. My brain was struggling to keep up, but I was pretty sure that what was happening here was that we were giving my first interview to whoever bought Sky's, under the conditions that the interview with Sky and Ricky never aired, and whoever bought it contractually prevented the duo from talking to anyone else. "Why do we even care about their interview?" I said. "We care," Elisa said emphatically. Then she turned back to Landon. "And you can tell Monica that we'll guarantee a sit-down Wednesday evening with Avery and Grayson." Chapter 61. "Grayson, move a little closer to Avery. Tilt your head toward her." Landon had set us up in the tea room for a mock interview. This was take 7. How Elisa had gotten Grayson to agree to this, I had no idea. But there he was, sitting stiffly in the chair next to me. At Landon's instruction, he angled his legs slightly toward mine. Instinctively, I mirrored the movement, and then I was hit with self-consciousness and self-doubt, because Landon hadn't asked me to move. My body had gravitated toward his all on its own. "Good," Landon nodded at the two of us, then focused on Grayson. "Remember your core message." "This has been a difficult time for my family," Grayson said, every inch the Arab parent he'd once been. "But some things happen for a reason." "Good," Landon said again. "Avery?" I was supposed to respond to what Grayson had said. The more we talked to each other, the easier it would be to sell the fact that I was on good terms with the Hawthorne family. "Some things happen for a reason," I repeated, but the words came out flat. I never believed that, I admitted. I could practically hear Landon groaning internally. "I mean, yeah, things happen for a reason. But most of the time, that reason isn't fate, or because it was predestined. It's because the world sucks, Or someone out there's being an asshole. A muscle in Grayson's jaw tightened slightly. It was a good enough look for him that it took me a second to realize that he was trying very hard not to laugh.
Let's try to avoid the word asshole, shall we? Landon said, her British accent pronounced. Avery, we need for you to project gratitude and awe. It's fine to be overwhelmed, but you need to be overwhelmed in the best possible way.
Gratitude. Awe. I was expected to be some kind of wide-eyed every girl, and all Grayson had to do was sit there, with those cheekbones and that suit, and be a Hawthorne. Avery's right. Grayson was still in interview mode. He projected confidence, his tone dripping power, like he was an immortal deigning to explain to humans what they should believe, think, and do. We all make decisions, and those decisions affect other people. They ripple through the world, and the more power you have, the greater the ripple. Fate didn't choose Avery. Grayson's tone brooked no argument. My grandfather did. We might never know his reasons, but I have no doubt that he had them. He always did. All I could think was that we did know the reasons, or at least we had theories. But that wasn't something I could say in front of Landon. It wasn't something I could admit on national television. When you can't tell the truth, I could hear Landon lecturing me. Tell a truth. I wish I knew what those reasons were, I said. For sure, I added silently. I shot Grayson a look. Sometimes it feels like Hawthorns always just know, like you're all so sure of everything. Grayson's eyes locked onto mine. Not everything. There was something about the way he looked at me when he said those words that made me realize I might be the one person on the planet with the ability to make Grayson Hawthorne question himself and the decisions he'd made. Like the decision to step back from me, to be friends. Landon clasped her hands together.
Avery, that's the most natural I've heard you sound. Very relatable. And Grayson, you're perfection.
Like he needed anyone else telling him that.
Just remember, both of you, short answers if they ask about the attempts on Avery's life. Grayson, don't be afraid to seem protective of her. Avery, you know the rest of your no questions.
If they asked if I knew anything about my mother's past, no. If they asked what I had done to work my way into Tobias Hawthorne's will, nothing.
Grayson, whenever possible, talk about your grandfather and your brothers. The audience will eat that up, and we want them walking away with the idea that your grandfather knew exactly what he was doing when he chose Avery, and no one's worried. And Avery?
Gratitude, I said quickly. Overwhelmed. Relatable. One day I'm scrounging to pay the electric bill, and the next, I'm Cinderella. I don't know what I'll do with the money yet. I'm just 17, but I'd like to help people.
And?
Landon prompted. Someday I'd like to travel the world. That was something we'd settled on as a talking point, something that made me sound dreamy and wide-eyed and overwhelmed. And it was true.
Perfect, Landon said. One more time, from the top.
Chapter 62. By the time Landon finally let us go, the sun was starting to set. You look like you want to hit something, Grayson observed. He was getting ready to go on his way, and I was getting ready to go on mine, probably to find Max. I don't want to hit anything, I said in a tone that did absolutely nothing to sell that statement. Grayson tilted his head to the side, and his eyes settled directly on mine. How would you feel about swinging a sword? Grayson took me through the topiary garden to a part of the estate I'd never seen before. Is that? I started to say. A hedge maze? Grayson had a way of smiling, lips closed, slightly uneven. I'm surprised Jamie's never brought you out here. The moment he mentioned Jameson, I was hit with the feeling that I shouldn't be out here, not with Grayson. But we were just friends, and whatever Jameson and I were at the moment, it came with no strings attached. That was the point. I turned my attention to the maze. The hedges were taller than I was, and dense. A person could get lost in there. I stood at the entrance, Grayson beside me. "Follow me," he said. I did. The farther into the maze we got, the more I focused on marking our path, not on the way he moved, the shape of his body in front of me. Right turn, left again, forward, right, left. Finally, we arrived at what I assumed was the center, a large square area surrounded by twinkling lights. Grayson knelt and spread the grass with his fingertips, revealing something metal underneath. In the twilight, I didn't see exactly what he did, but a moment later, I heard a mechanical whirring sound, and the ground started moving. My first thought was that he'd triggered an entrance to the tunnels, but when I stepped closer, I saw a steel compartment embedded in the ground, 6 feet long, 3 feet wide, and not all that deep. Grayson reached into the compartment and removed 2 long objects wrapped in cloth. He nodded toward the second, and I knelt, unwinding the fabric to reveal a flash of metal. A sword. It was nearly 3 feet long, heavy, with a T-shaped hilt. I ran my fingers over the hilt, then looked up at Grayson, who was unwrapping a second sword. "Long swords," he said, clipping the word. "Italian, 15th century. They should probably be in a museum somewhere, but..." He gave a little shrug. This was what it meant to be a Hawthorne. This should probably be in a museum, but my brothers and I like to hit things with it instead. I went to pick up the sword, but Grayson stopped me. "Both hands," he said. "A long sword is designed to be used with both hands." I wrapped my hands around the hilt, then managed to stand up. Grayson placed his own sword down carefully on the cloth it had been wrapped in, then came up behind me. "No," he said softly, "like this." He moved my right hand up, directly underneath the cross on the T. "Quillins," he told me, nodding toward that part of the sword. He nodded toward the end of the hilt. "Pommel. Never put your hand on the pommel. It has its own job to do." He placed my left hand above it, a little below my right. "Grip the sword with the bottom fingers of both hands. Keep the upper ones looser. You move, and the sword moves. Don't fight the movement of the sword. Let it do the work for you." He stepped back and picked up his own sword. Slowly, he demonstrated. "Shouldn't I be using some kind of practice sword?" I asked. Grayson met my eyes. "Probably." This was a bad idea. I knew it, he knew it. But I'd spent the last 5 hours being prepped for an interview I absolutely did not want to give. An interview I only had to give because of Ricky, who wasn't my father, and Sky, who had probably hired the stalker at True North. Sometimes all a girl really needed was a very bad idea. "Watch your posture. Let the sword lead you, not the other way around." I corrected, and Grayson gave the slightest of nods. "I'm sorry about all of this," I said. "You should be sorry. You're getting sloppy again. Already." I adjusted my stance and my grip. "I'm sorry about the interview," I specified with a roll of my eyes. Grayson slowly brought his sword to contact mine, the movement so perfectly controlled that I was overcome with the sense that he could cut a hair in half if he wanted to. "It doesn't signify," he assured me. "I'm a Hawthorne. As a general rule, we're press ready by our 7th birthdays." He stepped back. "Your turn," he told me. "Control." I didn't talk at all until my sword had touched his, a little harder than I'd meant for it to. "I'm still sorry that you got dragged into this interview." Grayson lowered his sword and began cuffing his sleeves. "You're sorrier about an interview than you were when I was disinherited." "That's not true. I was sorry. You were just too busy being an asshole to notice." Grayson gave me his most austere look. "Let's try to avoid using the word asshole, shall we?" His Landon impression was spot on. Grinning, I swung at him again, letting the sword lead me this time, aware of every muscle in my body and every inch of his. I stopped the sword a microsecond before it touched his blade. He stepped forward. Once. Twice. Long swords weren't meant to be wielded at such close range. And still, he came closer, forcing my blade vertical, until there was nothing but inches and 2 swords separating him from me. I could see him breathing, hear it, feel it. Muscles in my shoulders and arms began to ache, but the rest of me ached more. "What are we doing?" I whispered. His eyes closed. His body shuddered. He stepped back and lowered the sword. "Nothing." Chapter 63. That night, when I couldn't sleep, I told myself that it was because we still hadn't heard anything from Libby and Nash. Every text I sent went unread and unanswered. That was what kept me up so late that I was guaranteed to wake up the next morning with dark circles under my eyes. Not Grayson. The next evening, I still hadn't heard from Libby, and Grayson Hawthorne and I were sitting next to each other under a flood of lights, with Monica Winfield smiling into the camera. I am so not ready for this. "Avery, let's start with you. Walk us through what happened the day Tobias Hawthorne's will was read." That was a softball question. Gratitude, awe, relatability. I could do this, and I did. Grayson answered his first softball question just as easily. He even managed to make eye contact with me the first time he said my name. We got 2 more softballs apiece before Monica moved on to trickier territory. "Avery, let's talk about your mother." "Keep it short," I could hear Landon telling me, "and sincere." "She was wonderful," I said fiercely. "I would give anything for her to be here now." That was short, and it was sincere, but it also opened me up to a follow-up. "You must have heard some of the rumors." That my mom was living under a fake name, that she was a con artist. I couldn't lose my temper. Spin the question. That was what I was supposed to do. Start talking about my mother, but end up talking about how grateful and awed and gosh darn normal I was. Beside me, Grayson leaned forward. "When the world is watching your every move, when everyone knows your name, when you're famous just by being, you stop following rumors pretty quickly. Last I heard, I was supposedly dating a princess, and my brother Jameson had some very questionable tattoos." Monica's eyes lit up. "Does he?" Grayson leaned back in his seat. "A Hawthorne never tells." He was good at this, much better than I was. And just like that, the interviewer was redirected off the topic of my mother. "Your family has been very close-mouthed about this entire situation," she told Grayson. "The last the world heard, your Aunt Zara was implying there might be a legal solution to your dilemma." The last public statement Zara had given had more or less accused me of elder abuse. "You can say a lot of things about my grandfather," Grayson replied smoothly, "but Tobias Hawthorne wasn't known for leaving loopholes." Something about the way he said that made it clear that the topic was closed. How does he do that? Avery, Monica zeroed back in on me. We've talked a bit about your mother. Let's talk about your father. That was one of my no questions. I shrugged. There's not much to say. You're a minor, correct? And your legal guardian is your sister, Libby? I could tell where this was going. Just because the network wasn't airing the interview with Ricky and Sky didn't mean that Monica hadn't filed away their statements for future reference. She was going to ask me about custody. Not if I redirect. Libby took me in after my mom died. She didn't have to. She was 23. Because our dad was never around, we hadn't spent much time together. We were practically strangers, but she took me in. She is the single most loving person I've ever met in my life. That was one of the core truths of my existence, and I didn't have to work to sell it. I suppose that's one thing Avery and I have in common, Grayson added beside me. He didn't elaborate and forced Monica into asking the follow-up question. And what is that? If you're going to come at our siblings, he told her, his smile sharp, his gaze full of warning, you're going to have to go through us. This was the Grayson I'd met weeks ago, dripping power and well aware that he could come out on top in any battle. He didn't make threats because he didn't have to. Did you feel protective of your brothers after you realized your grandfather had essentially written them out of the will? Monica asked him. I got the sense that she wanted Grayson to say that he resented me. She wanted to poke holes in the message he'd been delivering. You could say that. Grayson held her gaze, then broke it to glance deliberately at me. I think we're all protective of Avery now. It's not something that my brothers or I expect anyone else to understand, but the simple truth is that we're not normal. My grandfather didn't raise us to be normal, and this is what he wanted. This is his legacy. His gaze burned into me. She is. He sold every single word, enough that I could almost believe that he really thought I was special. And you have no reservations about the entire situation? Monica pressed. Grayson gave her a wolfish smile. None. No desire to overturn the will? I've already told you, that can't be done. The trick to answering no questions was perfect, bulletproof confidence in your reply. Grayson was a master of the art. But if it could, Monica asked. This is what my grandfather wanted, Grayson replied, returning to his core message. My brothers and I are lucky, luckier than almost anyone else watching this. We've been given every opportunity, and we have a lot of the old man in us. We'll make our own way. He glanced toward me again, but this time it felt more choreographed. Someday, what I make of myself will give your fortune a run for its money. I grinned. Take that, Monica. Avery, how does it feel when Grayson says those words? Your fortune. Unreal, I shook my head. Before the will was read, back when I knew that I'd been left something but didn't know what, I figured that Tobias Hawthorne had left me a couple $1,000s. And even that, it would have been life-changing. So this? Unreal, I repeated, projecting every ounce of gratitude and awe and bewilderment that I had felt in that moment. Do you ever feel like it might all go away? Beside me, Grayson shifted slightly, his body angling toward mine. But I didn't need his protection right now. I was on a roll. Yes. And what if I told you, both of you, that there might be another heir? I went still, my face frozen. I couldn't risk even looking at Grayson, but I wondered if he'd sensed something was off the moment before, if that was why he'd shifted. I could see now all the ways the interviewer had been leading up to this. She'd asked Grayson about overturning the will, twice. She'd asked me how I'd feel if it all went away. Avery, do you know what the term pretermitted means in the context of inheritance law? My brain couldn't catch up fast enough. Toby. She can't know about Toby. Skye doesn't. Ricky doesn't. It typically refers to an heir who was not yet born at the deceased's time of death. But interpreted a bit more broadly, our experts say that it could refer to any heir who was not alive at the time of death. She knew. I glanced at Grayson. I couldn't help it. His gaze was focused on the interviewers as he spoke. I'm sure your experts told you that in the state of Texas, a pretermitted child is entitled only to a share that is equal to the deceased's other children's. Grayson's eyes were sharp, and so was his close-lipped smile. Since my grandfather left very little to his children, even if he had somehow conceived a child before his death, it would hardly alter the distribution of his assets at all. In that moment, Grayson didn't seem like he was 19 years old. He hadn't just spouted off legal precedent. He'd deliberately overlooked the fact that Monica had made it clear she wasn't talking about an unborn child. Your family really has been looking for loopholes, haven't they? Monica said, but she didn't mean it as a question. Perhaps they should have a sit-down with our experts, because it's not clear, based on precedent, whether a child assumed to be dead would be entitled only to their siblings' share, or to the share left to that child in a prior will. Grayson stared her down. I'm afraid I don't follow. He did. Of course he did. He was just hiding it better than I did, because all I could do was sit there silently and think one name over and over. Toby. You had an uncle. Monica was still focused on Grayson. He died, Grayson said sharply, before I was even born. Under tragic and suspicious circumstances. Monica swung her head to face me. Avery. She hit a button on a remote I hadn't even been aware she was holding. A trio of pictures flashed on a large screen behind us. The same pictures I'd shown Mrs. Laughlin the day before. Who is this man? I swallowed. My friend, Harry. Tell a story. We used to play chess in the park. Do you have many friends in their 40s? When you can't tell the truth, tell a truth. Tell a story. He was the only one who could take my queen. We had a running bet. If I won a game, he had to let me buy him breakfast. I knew he didn't have the money to buy it himself. I was afraid he might not eat otherwise. But he hated charity, so I had to win, fair and square. I'd done Landon proud, but Monica wasn't deterred. So, it is your statement that this man is not Tobias Hawthorne II? How dare you? Grayson's voice vibrated with intensity. He stood. Hasn't my family suffered enough? We'd just lost my grandfather. To dredge up this tragedy. Avery. Monica knew who the weak link here was. Is this or is this not Tobias Hawthorne's supposedly deceased son, the true heir to the Hawthorne fortune? This interview is over. Grayson turned to block the camera and helped me to my feet. He met my gaze, and even though he didn't say a word, I heard him loud and clear. We need to get out of here. He ushered me to the wings, where Elisa was trying to bust past a security guard. Monica followed us, a cameraman with a handheld in her wake. What is your connection to Toby Hawthorne? She yelled after me. The world was falling down around me. We hadn't prepared for this. I wasn't ready. But I had an answer to that question. I had a truth. And if they knew this much, then what would be the harm in telling them the rest? What is your connection to Toby Hawthorne? I'm his... Before I could get the word daughter out, Grayson leaned his head down and crushed his lips to mine. He kissed me to save me from what I'd been about to say. For a small eternity, nothing in the world existed outside of that kiss. His lips, mine, for show. Chapter 64. The kiss ended as the two of us were shuffled off camera and into an elevator. My heart was thudding. My brain was a mess. My lips felt, my whole body felt. There were no words. What the hell was that? Elisa waited for the elevator door to close before she exploded. That was an ambush, Landon replied, her posh accent doing absolutely nothing to soften the words. If you keep information from me, I can't keep you from being ambushed. Elisa, you know how I operate. If you won't allow me to do my job, then it is, simply put, no longer my job. The elevator door opened, and Landon left. As Max would say, facts. My eyes found their way to Grayson's, but he wouldn't even look at me. It was like he couldn't. I am going to ask one more time, Elisa said, her voice low. What the hell was that? You'll get your answer, Oren told her. In the car. We need to move out, now. I've sent 2 of my men to the car and deployed the decoy. We'll go out the back. Move. We made it out of the parking lot before the vultures descended. Elisa let us marinate in silence for a full minute before she spoke again. This time, she didn't ask what was going on. Who knew? She demanded instead. Who knew? I looked down. I did. Obviously. Elisa shifted her gaze to Grayson. Are you going to lie and tell me you didn't? Then she glanced to the driver's seat. Oren? My head of security didn't reply. This will be easier if we start at the beginning, Grayson said, sounding calmer than he should have, like we never kissed at all. You will recall that Avery asked you to locate an acquaintance of hers to whom she was hoping to give economic aid? Harry. Elisa's memory was a sieve, and I knew in my bones that she would never forget what had just happened. She probably wouldn't forgive it either. Toby, I corrected. I looked over at Grayson. You can't do this for me. You can't protect me the way you did back there. I didn't know who he was at the time, I continued. But then I saw a picture of him in Nan's locket. You should have told me. Immediately. Elisa was angry, furious enough that she let loose an impressive string of curse words of her own, some in English and some not. And you shouldn't have told anyone else. She shot dagger eyes at Grayson, so it was pretty clear who she was referring to. Xander already knew, Grayson said quietly. My grandfather left him a clue. That took the wind out of Elisa's sails, but only slightly. Of course he did. She let out a breath, then took in another, and then repeated the process 2 or 3 times. If you had told me, Avery, I might have been able to get a handle on this. We could have hired a team to... Find him? I said. Your team already looked. There are teams, Elisa told me, and there are teams. I have a fiduciary duty to the estate, to you. There is no way I could license millions to find Harry, but to find Toby? I dug my phone out and pulled up the picture Libby had sent me of Toby's message. He doesn't want to be found." I passed the phone into her hands. "Stop looking," she read the words aloud, completely unimpressed. "Who took this? Where was it taken? Have we verified the handwriting?" I answered the questions in the order she'd asked them. "Libby, Newcastle. The handwriting is definitely Toby's." Elisa rolled her eyes heavenward. "You sent Libby after him?" I was getting ready to tell her that there was nothing wrong with Libby when Grayson clarified the situation. "And Nash." It took Elisa a full 4 or 5 seconds to recover from the fact that Nash had known, and that he was with Libby now. "And you," she told Grayson heatedly. "You had time to look up the legal precedent, but it didn't occur to you to talk to a lawyer?" Grayson looked down at the cufflink on his right sleeve, considering his response. He must have decided on honesty, because when he lifted his gaze back up to Elisa, all he said was, "We couldn't be certain where your loyalties would lie." This time, Elisa didn't look angry. She looked like she might cry. "How could you say that to me, Gray?" She searched his expression for a response, and I was reminded that she'd grown up with the Hawthorne family. She'd known Grayson and Jameson and Xander their entire lives. When did I become the enemy here? I have only ever done what the old man wanted me to do. She spoke like those words were being physically torn out of her. Do you have any idea what that's cost me? It was clear from the tone of her voice that she wasn't just talking about the will, or me, or anything that had happened in the wake of Tobias Hawthorne's death. She'd called him the old man, the same way they did, when I'd only ever heard her refer to him as Mr. Hawthorne or Tobias Hawthorne before. And when she spoke about what her loyalty to the old man had cost her, she's talking about Nash. I am holding this empire together by a thread. Elisa swiped angrily at her face with the back of her hand, and I realized a single tear had escaped. Her expression made it damn clear that it would be the last. Avery, I will handle this situation. I will put out this fire. I will do what needs to be done. But the next time you keep a secret from me, the next time you lie to me, I will throw you to the wolves myself. I believed her. There's one more thing, I gulped. There was no way of sugarcoating this. Well, 2 more things. 1, Toby was adopted, and his biological mother was the Laughlin's then teenage daughter. Elisa stared at me for a good 3 seconds. Then she arched an eyebrow, waiting for the other thing. And 2, I continued, thinking back to the moment when Grayson had stopped me from saying this on camera, and how. I have reason to believe that Toby is, in all likelihood, my father. Chapter 65. Well, Max said, flopping down on my bed. That could have gone better. She'd seen the interview. The whole world had. Are you sure you're okay? Grayson had warned me from the very beginning not to pull at this thread. He warned me against telling anyone about Toby, and how many people had I told? When we'd arrived back at Hawthorne House, I had tried to talk to him, but my mouth had refused to say a single word. Grayson didn't have to kiss me, I told Max, the words bursting out of my mouth, like I didn't have much bigger things to think about. He could have cut me off. Personally, I find this turn of events delightful, Max declared. But you look like a motherfaxing deer caught in motherfaxing headlights. I felt like one. He shouldn't have kissed me. Max grinned. Did you kiss him back? His lips. Mine. I don't know, I bit out. Max gave me her most innocent look.
Would you like me to pull up the footage?
I'd kissed him back. Grayson Hawthorne had kissed me, and I'd kissed him back. I thought about the night before in the hedge maze, the way he'd corrected my form, how close we'd been standing. "What am I doing?" I asked Max, feeling like I was in a maze now. "Jameson and I are—"
What?
Max probed. I shook my head. "I don't know." I knew what Jameson and I were supposed to be: adrenaline and attraction and the thrill of the moment. No strings attached, no messy emotions. So why did I feel like I'd betrayed him?
Close your eyes,
Max advised me, closing her own.
Picture yourself standing on a cliff overlooking the ocean. The wind is whipping in your hair. The sun is setting. You long, body and soul, for one thing, one person. You hear footsteps behind you. You turn.
Max opened her eyes.
Who's there?
The problem with Max's question was that it assumed I was capable of longing, body and soul, for anything, anyone. When I pictured myself on that cliffside, I pictured myself alone. Late into the night, long after Max had retired to her room, I pulled up news searches to see what people were saying about that disastrous interview. Most headlines were calling Toby the lost heir. Skye was already giving interviews. Apparently, her NDA didn't cover this. In the comments section of nearly every article, there was speculation that I'd slept with Grayson to get him on my side. Some people were claiming that he wasn't the only Hawthorne I'd slept with. It shouldn't have mattered that strangers were calling me a slut, or worse, but it did. The first time I'd ever heard that word, another kid in elementary school had used it to describe my mom. I couldn't ever remember her even dating anyone, but I existed, and she'd never been married, and for some people that was enough. I walked over to my closet and pulled out the bag with the postcards, the ones my mom had given me. Hawaii, New Zealand, Machu Picchu, Tokyo, Bali. I flipped through them as a reminder of who I was, who she'd been. This was what we'd daydreamed about, not being swept off our feet, not some kind of epic seaside love. I wasn't sure how long I'd been sitting there when I heard a noise. Footfalls. My head whipped up. The last I'd checked, Orrin was stationed outside my room. He'd warned me that this news getting out could put me in danger. A voice spoke on the other side of the fireplace. "It's me, Eris." Jameson. That should have been a relief. Knowing it was him, I should have felt safer. But somehow, as I locked my hand around the candlestick on the mantel, the last thing I felt was safe. I triggered the passage. "I take it you saw the interview?" Jameson stepped into my room. "Not your best showing." I waited for him to say something about that kiss. "Jameson, I didn't—" He held a finger up to my lips. He never actually touched me, but my lips burned anyway. "If yes is no," he said, his eyes on mine, "and once is never, then how many sides does a triangle have?" That was a riddle he'd thrown out at me the first day we'd met. At the time, I'd solved it by converting everything to a number. If you coded yes, or the presence of something, as a 1, and no, or the absence of that thing, as a 0, then the first two parts of the riddle were redundant. If 1 equals 0, how many sides does a triangle have? 2, I said now, just as I had then. But this time, I couldn't help wondering if Jameson was talking about a different kind of triangle, about him and Grayson and me. A girl named Elle finds a card on her doorstep. The front of the envelope says 2. The back says L. Between them, inside the envelope, she finds 2 identical letters, then spends the rest of the day underground. Why? I wanted to tell him to stop playing games, but I couldn't. He'd thrown out a riddle. I had to solve it. The front of the card says 2, the back of the card says L, I thought as I spoke. She spends the whole day underground. There was a gleam in Jameson's eyes, one that reminded me of the time we had spent underground. I could practically see him, torch-lit and pacing. And just like that, I saw the method in Jameson's particular brand of madness. The 2 letters inside the envelope were N, I said softly. There were probably 1,000 adjectives to describe Jameson Hawthorne's smile, but the one that felt truest to me was devastating. Jameson Winchester Hawthorne had a devastating smile. I kept going. The front of the envelope said 2, spelled T-U, I continued, resisting the urge to step forward. The back said L, spelled E-L. Jameson finished my sentence. Then he took a step forward. 2 N's make tunnel, which is why she spent the day underground. You win, heiress. We were standing too close now, and a warning siren went off in the back of my head. Because if Jameson had seen Grayson kiss me on air, if he was here now, moving toward me, then what were the chances that this wasn't about me? What were the chances that I was just another prize to be won? Territory to be marked? Why are you here? I asked Jameson, even though I knew the answer, had just thought the answer. I'm here, he said with another devastating smile, because I'd be willing to wager $5 that you aren't checking the messages on your phone. He was right. I turned it off, I replied. I'm thinking of chucking it out that window. I bet you another $5 that you can't hit the statue in the courtyard. Make it 10, I told him, and you have a deal. Sadly, he replied, if you did throw your phone out the window, you wouldn't get the message from Libby and Nash. I stared at him. Libby and Nash? They found something, Jameson told me, and they're on their way home. Chapter 66. I woke at dawn the next morning and found Orrin standing directly outside my door. Have you been out here all night? I asked him. He gave me a look. What do you think? He'd warned me that if the news about Toby got out, it would be a security liability. I had no idea how the news had gotten out, but here we were. Right, I said. Consider yourself on a 6-foot leash, Orrin told me. You are not leaving my side until this dies down, if it dies down. I winced. How bad is it? Orrin's reply was matter of fact. I have Carlos and Heinrich posted at the entrance to your wing. They've already had to turn away Zara, Constantine, and both Laughlins, in some cases forcibly. And that's not even touching what Skye tried at the gates, in full view of the paparazzi. How many paparazzi? I asked tentatively. Double what we've seen before. How is that even possible? I'd already been front-page news before last night's interview had aired. If there's one thing the world loves more than an accidental heiress, Orrin replied, it's a lost heir. He very deliberately did not say, I told you so, but I knew he was thinking it. I am sorry about this, I said. So am I. What do you have to be sorry for? I asked flippantly. Orrin's answer wasn't flippant at all. When I said that I would be within 6 feet of you at all times, I meant me, personally. I never should have delegated that responsibility under any circumstance. You're human, I said. You have to sleep. He didn't reply, and I crossed my arms over my chest. Where's Eli? Eli has been removed from the premises."
"Why?" I demanded, but my brain was already whirring. Orrin had apologized to me. He blamed himself for allowing someone else in on my immediate protection detail, and that someone else had been barred from Hawthorne House. Eli had been the one guarding me when I'd gone to talk to Mrs. Laughlin about Toby. "He leaked the pictures," I answered my own question. Eli had been on my protection detail for over a week. He'd been in a position to overhear a lot.
"Eli isn't as good at hiding his digital footprint as my man is at uncovering digital ghosts," Orrin told me, his voice like steel. "He leaked the photos. In all likelihood, he's also the one who's responsible for the heart and the snake."
I stared at Orrin. "Why?"
"I assigned him to your protection detail at school. He obviously wanted that extended to the estate. I trusted Eli. That trust was clearly misplaced. For whatever reason, possibly a payout from the press, he wanted to be closer to you. I didn't see it. I should have."
I'd never felt unsafe around Eli. He hadn't harmed me, and he could have, if that had been his goal. For whatever reason, I replayed Orrin's words in my head. Possibly a payout from the press. I thought of Max's ex-boyfriend, who'd tried to access her phone so he could sell our texts. About my father and Sky selling their stories. About the payout that Elisa had arranged back at the beginning to have Libby's mother sign an NDA. It was starting to sink in that for the rest of my life, the people I met, the people I became close to, there would always be a chance that they saw me as a payout.
"This is the second time that my error in judgment has cost you dearly," Orrin said stiffly. "If you feel the need to hire new security, I'm sure Elisa could—"
"No," I said. If Elisa hired someone, that person's loyalty would be to her. Whatever mistakes Orrin had made, I believed that his allegiance was to me. He'd do whatever he could to protect me, because Tobias Hawthorne had asked him to.
"Yes,"
Orrin said curtly. It took me a second to realize that he wasn't talking to me. He was wearing an earpiece and was talking to one of his men. How many of them can we trust? How many of them would sell me out for the right payout?
"Let them through,"
Orrin ordered, and then he turned back to me.
"Your sister and Nash have arrived at the gates."
Chapter 67. I waited for Libby and Nash in Tobias Hawthorne's study and requested that security allow Grayson, Jameson, and Xander to come back. I texted the boys to meet me, then waited, alone but for Orrin, who stood no more than 6 feet away. I was jittery and on edge. Why did it take Libby so long to text me back? What did they find in Cartago?
"Avery, get behind me."
Orrin stepped forward, drawing his gun. I had no idea why until I followed his line of vision to the display case on the back wall, the one that housed shelves and shelves of Hawthorne trophies. The wall was moving, rotating toward us. I moved behind Orrin. He took a step forward and called out to the person behind the wall.
"Identify yourself. I have a gun."
"So do I." Zara Hawthorne Caligaris stepped into the room, looking like she was headed to some kind of country club brunch. She was wearing a sweater set, slacks, and classic neutral flats. She was holding a gun.
"Put it down."
Orrin trained his gun on Zara. Her own weapon held steady, Zara gave Orrin her most unimpressed look. "I think we all know that I'm the least murderous Hawthorne of my generation," she said, her voice high and clear. "So I will happily lower my weapon once you lower yours, John." I forgot most of the time that Orrin had a first name.
"Don't do this," Oren told her. "I don't want to shoot you, Zara, but make no mistake that I will. Put your gun down, and we can talk." Zara didn't waffle.
"You know me, John. Intimately."
Her tone never changed, but there was no mistaking what she meant by that.
"Do you really believe—"
Take this moment to unwind. Let the tension melt away. We'll be back shortly. And thank you. Your presence makes all the difference.
that I'm capable of harming a child?
The child in question was clearly me, but that barely even registered. My heart was pounding so hard that I felt like it might bruise my rib cage. But I still managed to speak.
"Intimately?"
I asked Oren.
"Not since my father's death, I assure you,"
Zara told me.
"John has always been quite clear on where his priorities lie. First with my father, and then with you."
20 years ago, when Tobias Hawthorne had left Zara his wedding ring, he'd been making a point about her infidelity. Now she was married to a different man, but the text in Tobias Hawthorne's will had remained the same. She was having another affair. With Oren. "You shouldn't be here, Zara," Oren said, his gun's aim never wavering.
"Shouldn't I?"
she asked. After a moment longer, she lowered the gun, placing it on the desk.
"Had your men allowed me entrance in a more traditional fashion, I would not have had to sneak in like a thief. And were I certain you would not have escorted me out, I would have no need of a firearm now. But here we are. However, as a show of goodwill that none of you deserve, so long as no one attempts to remove me, my gun will stay right where it is on that desk."
After a long moment, Oren lowered his own weapon, and Zara turned toward me.
"Young lady, you will tell me what that nonsense on the news last night was. Now!"
Toby was her brother. I could only begin to imagine what her reaction had been to what she had heard.
"Talk," Zara told me. "You owe me that much, at least."
All things considered, I probably did. But before I could say a word, a voice spoke up from the doorway. "Wouldn't you rather hear it from us, Aunt Z?" All three of us turned to face Jameson. Grayson and Xander stood to his sides. Thus far, Zara had managed to keep her expression schooled into a mix of disdain and calm, but the moment she saw her nephews, that mask wavered. It was the first time since I'd stepped through the doors of Hawthorne House that it occurred to me that she loved them.
"Please,"
Zara said quietly.
"Boys, just tell me about Toby."
And so they did, taking turns, working their way through the entire story with brutal efficiency. When Grayson told her that Toby was adopted, she drew in a sharp breath, but said nothing. She didn't react again until Xander told her what Rebecca had told him.
"The Laughlin's daughter?"
Zara trailed off.
"She left for college when I was still in elementary school, and she never came back, not until Emily was born, years later."
I wondered if Zara was imagining, the way I had, how painful this must have been for Rebecca's mother. I wondered if she was questioning, the way I had, What could have led the Laughlins and her own parents to be so cruel?
"It's so easy," Zara murmured, "for all the wrong people to have children."
Silence hit the room like a semi-truck. Zara was the first to overcome it.
"Go on," she told the boys. "Out with the rest of it. In this family, there's always a rest of it."
There was only a little more. Zara already knew about the picture that her father had left for Skye at True North. That left only the fact that, along with that picture, he'd left a blank page of paper, and the fact that the numbers inside her parents' wedding rings had pointed us to Carthago, where Libby and Nash had found something.
"And what, pray tell, did you find?"
Zara asked, and I realized that Libby and Nash had arrived. Without even meaning to, I took a step toward them. This was it. Everything had been building to this. I felt like I was free-falling at 1,000 miles an hour.
"We found my father," Nash said. "And this."
He held up a small vial filled with purple powder. "Your father?" I repeated. "Jake Nash?" I thought about the picture of Zara, Skye, and the messy-haired guy. Nash nodded to Zara.
"He asked about you."
Raw vulnerability flashed across Zara's features.
"I reckon you loved him,"
Nash said quietly. Zara shook her head.
"You don't understand."
"You loved him," Nash repeated. "Skye went after him, and I was the result." I saw a muscle in Nash's throat tighten. "Even then," he said quietly, "you didn't hate me." Zara shook her head.
"How could I? It was easy enough to stay away when you were a baby. I got married. I was starting a life of my own. But then you were a little boy, a wonderful little boy, and the newness of it all had worn off for Skye. And you were so lonely because she was never there."
"But you were," Nash replied, "for a time. Memory's a bit hazy, but before Toby died, you used to take care of me."
"I found Jake," Zara said quietly, "for you."
Slowly, the gears in my brain started turning. At the time that Tobias Hawthorne had first rewritten his will, right after Toby had died, Zara had been having an affair. Tobias Hawthorne had been aware of it.
"You and Nash's father?" I said. "I brought Jake pictures of his son," Zara replied crisply. "I was working on convincing him to go against my father, to be a part of Nash's life. But then he disappeared for parts unknown, Carthago, apparently, at what I can only assume was my father's behest."
"He's been the caretaker at the Carthago property ever since," Nash confirmed. "The old man gave him strict instructions that if you ever came to call, he was to give you this." Nash nodded again to the vial in his hands. "Took a bit for Libby and me to persuade him to give it to us." I looked at the powder in the vial. This was what we needed to decode Skye's message. This is it. 20 years ago, Tobias Hawthorne had woven a puzzle to set his daughters on the trail of the truth. That trail had led to a picture from before their relationship had splintered, and to Jake Nash, over whom they'd apparently fought.
"I have the note from True North," Xander said. "I think we all know what we're supposed to do with that powder."
"You Hawthorns and your invisible ink," I said, shaking my head. "Will we need anything except the powder?"
"A makeup brush,"
Zara answered immediately. Then the boys chimed in, all 4 of them in unison. "And a heat source." Chapter 68. The blank page was unfolded and laid out. The powder was poured onto the page. The brush dusted it over the surface of the letter. And it was a letter. That much became clear the moment the heat source, a nearby lamp bulb, was applied. Words appeared on the page in tiny, even scrawl. Tobias Hawthorne's. All I saw before Zara snatched the letter up was the salutation. Dearest Zara, dearest Sky. Zara stalked to the corner of the room. As she read, her chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. At some point, tears overflowed and began carving paths down her face. Finally, she let the letter go. It dropped from her hand, floating gently toward the ground. The boys were all frozen in place, like they'd never seen their aunt shed a single tear before now. Slowly, I walked forward. Zara didn't tell me to stop, so I stooped to pick up the letter, and I read. Dearest Zara, dearest Sky, if you are reading this, then I am dead. I cannot express how sorry I am to leave you in this way, or how necessary I believe what I have done for you truly is. Yes, for you, not to you. If you are reading this, my daughters, then you have set aside your differences long enough to follow the trail I left you. If this has happened, then everything I have done has served at least one purpose. And perhaps, my dears, you are now ready for the other. As you might have gathered, depending on how closely you examine the charities to which I left my fortune, your brother did not perish on Hawthorne Island. Of that I am certain. He was, as far as I have been able to piece together, pulled from the ocean, severely burned, by a local fisherman. It has taken me years to piece together even this much. I have written and rewritten this letter to you countless times as my investigation into your brother's disappearance has evolved. I have never found him. I came close once, but found something else instead. I can only conclude that Toby does not want to be found. Whatever happened on the island, he has been running from it for half his life. Or perhaps he has been running from me. I have made mistakes with all of you. Zara, I asked too much of you at times and gave you too little of my approval at others. Sky, of you, I never asked enough. I treated both of you differently because you were female. I hurt Toby worst of all. I won't make the same mistakes with the next generation. I will push them, all in equal measure. They'll learn to put each other first. I will do for them everything I should have done for you, including this. Not one of you will see my fortune. There are things I have done that I am not proud of, legacies that you should not have to bear. Know that I love you, both of you. Find your brother. Perhaps, once I am gone, he will finally stop running. Below, you will find a list of locations to which I have traced his whereabouts these past 12 years. In a safe deposit box at Montgomery National Bank, number 21666, you will find a police report about the incident on Hawthorne Island, as well as extensive files put together by my investigators over the years. You'll find the key to the safe deposit box in my toolbox. There is a false bottom. Be brave, my dears. Be strong. Be true. Yours sincerely, Father. I looked up from the letter, and the boys came to me, Grayson, Jameson, and Xander. Nash, Libby, and Orrin stayed where they stood. Zara sank to her knees behind me. As the boys read the letter, I processed its contents. We had confirmation now that Tobias Hawthorne had known his son was alive, that he had been searching for him, and that, just as Sheffield Grayson had claimed, the old man had buried a police report about what had happened on the island. There might be more details in the safe deposit box once we found the key. The toolbox, I said suddenly. I turned toward Orrin. Tobias Hawthorne left you his toolbox. That had been a part of the updated will. Had the old man realized that Orrin was sleeping with Zara? Was that why he'd made him a part of this? Tobias Hawthorne had written the phrase, "these past 12 years" in the letter, suggesting that it hadn't been updated recently. 8 years. He wrote this 8 years ago. When Tobias Hawthorne had updated his will the year before, leaving me everything, he'd laid a new trail to follow, a new game, a new attempt at mending family bonds that had been torn asunder. But he'd included the same words to Zara and Sky, the same clues. Had he continued to add information to the safe deposit box over the last 8 years? "What do you think he meant?" Grayson said slowly. "About legacies we shouldn't have to bear." "I care less about that," Jameson replied, "than about the list at the bottom. What do you make of it, Eris?" Coming to stand between Jameson and Grayson should have been awkward. It should have been unbearable, but in this moment it wasn't. Slowly, I looked back down at the letter, at the list. There were dozens of locations listed, scattered all over the world, like Toby had never stayed in one place for long. But one by one, certain locations jumped out at me. Waialua, Oahu, Waitomo, New Zealand, Cusco, Peru, Tokyo, Japan, Bali, Indonesia. I literally stopped breathing. "Eris?" Jameson said. Grayson stepped toward me. "Avery?" Oahu was one of the islands of Hawaii. Cusco, Peru was the nearest city to Machu Picchu. My eyes roved back over the list. Hawaii, New Zealand, Machu Picchu, Tokyo, Bali. I stared at the page. "Hawaii," I said out loud, my voice shaking. "New Zealand, Machu Picchu, Tokyo, Bali." "For a guy on the run," Xander commented, "he sure made his way around." I shook my head. Xander didn't see what I was seeing. He couldn't. "Hawaii, New Zealand, Machu Picchu, Tokyo, Bali. I know this list." There were more, at least 5 or 6 that I recognized. 5 or 6 places that I had imagined going. Places that I had held in my hand. "My mother's postcards," I whispered, and took off running. Orrin bolted after me, and the others weren't far behind. I made it to my room in a matter of seconds, to my closet in less than that, and soon I was holding the postcards in my hand. There was nothing written on the back, no postage. I'd never questioned where my mother had gotten them, or from whom. I looked up at Jameson and Grayson, Xander and Nash. "You Hawthorns," I whispered hoarsely, "and your invisible ink." Chapter 69. A black light revealed writing on the postcards, the same way it had on Toby's walls. The same handwriting. Toby had written these words. The answers we were looking for. There was a chance that they were all here, but it took everything in me just to read the salutation, the same on every postcard. "Dear Hannah," I read, the same backward as forward. Hannah. I thought about the tabloid's accusations that my mom was living under a fake identity. I'd spent my whole life thinking she was Sarah. The words on the postcards blurred in front of me. Tears in my eyes. My thoughts were detached, like this was all happening to someone else. The room around me was still filled with the buzzing electricity of the moment, of what I'd just discovered, but all I could think was that my mom's name was Hannah. I have a secret. How many times had we played? How many chances had she had to tell me? "Well," Xander piped up, "what do they say?" Everyone else was standing. I was on the floor. Everyone was waiting. I can't do this. I couldn't look at Xander, or Jameson, or Grayson. I'd like to be alone, I said, my voice rough against my throat. I realize now how Zara must have felt reading her father's letter. Please. There was a beat of silence, and then, everyone out. The realization that it was Jameson who had spoken those words, Jameson, who was willingly stepping back from the puzzle, for me, rocked me to my core. What was his angle here? Within moments, the Hawthornes were gone. Orrin was a respectful 6 feet away, and Libby knelt beside me. I stole a glance at her, and she squeezed my hand. "Did I ever tell you about my 9th birthday?" Libby asked. Through a fog, I managed to shake my head. "You were about 2 then. My mom hated Sarah, but sometimes she'd let her babysit. Mom always said it didn't count as charity if that bitch did it, because if it weren't for Sarah and for you, maybe Ricky would have come back to us. She said your mom owed her, and your mom acted like she did so she could spend time with me, so I could spend time with you." I didn't remember anything like that. Libby and I had barely seen each other growing up. But at 2, I wouldn't have remembered much. "My mom dumped me at your place for almost a week, and it was the best week of my life, Ave. Your mom baked me cupcakes on my birthday, and she had all these cheap Mardi Gras beads, and we must have been wearing about 10 apiece. She got these clip-on hair streaks in a rainbow of neon colors, and we wore them in our hair. She taught you to sing Happy Birthday. My mom didn't even call, but Sarah tucked me in every night, into her bed, and she slept on the couch, and you would crawl into bed with me, and your mom would kiss us both, every night." The tears in my eyes were falling now. "And when my mom came back and she saw how happy I was, she never let me come over to your place again." Libby's breath went ragged, but she managed to smile. "My point is that you know who your mom was, Avery. We both do. And she was wonderful." I closed my eyes. I willed myself to stop crying, because Libby was right. My mom was wonderful. And if she'd lied to me or kept too many secrets, maybe she'd had to. Taking a deep breath, I turned back to the postcards. There were no dates, so it was impossible to tell the order in which they'd been written. No postmarks, so they hadn't ever been mailed. I spread the postcards out on the floor and started with the one on the far left, aiming the blacklight at it. Slowly, I read it. I drank up every word. There were things in that first postcard that I didn't understand, references whose meaning was lost with my mom. But near the end, there was something that caught my eye. "I hope you read the letter I left you that night. I hope that some part of you understood. I hope you go far, far away and never look back. But if you ever need anything, I hope you do exactly what I told you to do in that letter. Go to Jackson. You know what I left there. You know what it's worth." "Jackson," I said, my voice coming out wispy. What had Toby left for my mother in Jackson? Mississippi? Had that even been on Tobias Hawthorne's list? Setting the first postcard aside, I kept reading and realized that Toby had never meant to send these messages. He was writing to her, but for himself. The postcards made it clear that he was staying away from her on purpose. The only other thing that was clear was that they were in love. Epic, incomplete without the other, once-in-a-lifetime love. The kind of love that I'd never believed in. The next postcard read, "Dear Hannah," the same backward as forward. Do you remember that time on the beach when I didn't know if I would ever walk again, and you cursed at me until I did? It sounded like you'd never cursed before in your life, but oh, how you meant it. And when I took that step and swore right back at you, do you remember what you said? That's one step, you spat. What now? You were backlit, and the sun was sinking into the horizon, and for the first time in weeks, it felt like my heart had finally remembered how to beat. What now? It was hard to read Toby's words without feeling a wealth of emotion. My whole life, my mom had never been involved with anyone but Ricky. I'd never seen anyone adore her the way she deserved to be adored. It took me longer to focus on the implications of the words. Toby had been injured, badly enough that he wasn't sure if he would walk again. And my mother had cursed at him? I thought about what the old man had said in his letter to Zara and Sky about a fisherman pulling Toby from the water. How badly had he been injured? And where had my mother come in? My mind spinning, I read on. Another postcard, and then another, and I realized that, yes, my mom had been there, in Rockaway Watch, in the wake of the fire. Dear Hannah, the same backward as forward. Last night, I dreamed of drowning, and I woke up with your name on my lips. You were so quiet in those early days. Do you remember that? When you couldn't stand to look at me, wouldn't speak to me. You hated me. I felt it, and I was awful to you. I didn't know who I was or what I'd done. I remembered nothing of my life or the island. But still, I was horrid. Withdrawal was a beast, but I was worse. And you were there, and I know now that I didn't deserve a damn thing from you. But you changed my bandages. You held me down. You touched me more gently than I could ever deserve. Knowing what I know now, I don't know how you did it. I should have drowned. I should have burned. My lips should never have touched yours. But for the rest of my life, Hannah, oh Hannah, I will feel every kiss. Feel your touch when I was halfway dead and wholly rotten, and you loved me despite myself. He lost his memory. I looked up at Libby. Toby. Jameson and I thought that he might have had amnesia. There was a hint to that in Tobias Hawthorne's old will. But this letter confirms it. When he met my mom, he was hurt and in withdrawal, probably from some kind of drug, and he didn't know who he was or what he'd done. I thought about the fire, about Hawthorne Island, and the 3 people who hadn't survived it. Had my mom been from Rockaway Watch? Or another nearby town? More postcards, more messages, one after the other, without answers. Dear Hannah, the same backward as forward. Ever since the island, I'm terrified of water, but I keep forcing myself onto ships. I know that you would tell me that I don't need to, but I do. Fear is good for me. I remember all too well what it was like when I had none. If I had met you then, would your touch have broken through to me? Would you have hated me until you loved me? If we'd met in a different time, under different circumstances, would I still dream of you every night and wonder if you dream of me? I should let you go. When everything came crashing back, when I realized what you'd been hiding from me, I promised that I would. Promised myself. Promised you. Promised Kaylee. The name stopped me dead in my tracks. Kaylee Rooney, the local who died on Hawthorne Island. The girl on whom Tobias Hawthorne had pinned much of the blame in the press. I scoured the rest of the postcards, all of them, looking for something that would tell me exactly what to make of Toby's words. And finally, Finally, I found it. Near the end of a message that started off with a much dreamier tone. I know that I will never see you again, Hannah, that I don't deserve to. I know that you will never read a word I write. And because you will never read this, I know that I can say what you forbade me to say long ago. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Hannah, oh Hannah. I'm sorry for leaving in the dead of night. I'm sorry for letting you love me, even a fraction as much as I will, to the day I die, love you. I'm sorry for what I did, for the fire. And I will never stop being sorry about your sister. Chapter 70. Sister. That word echoed in my mind over and over again. Sister, sister, sister. Toby told my mom, told Hannah, that he was sorry about her sister. Thoughts crashed into one another in my brain, like a 10-car pileup, the cacophony deafening. And in another postcard, he mentioned Kaylee Rooney. She's the girl who died in the fire on Hawthorne Island. Sometime after that, my mom helped nurse Toby back to life. He didn't remember what had happened, but he said that she hated him. She must have known. Known what? Libby asked, reminding me that I wasn't just talking to myself. I thought about the fire, the buried police report, Sheffield Grayson saying that Toby had purchased accelerant, that Toby was responsible for her sister's death. The next thing I knew, I had my laptop out, and I was doing yet another internet search on Kaylee Rooney. At first I didn't find anything I hadn't already seen, but then I started adding search terms. I tried sister and got nothing. I tried family, and I found the one and only interview with a member of the Rooney family. It wasn't much of an interview. All the reporter had gotten out of Kaylee's mother was, and I quote, "My Kaylee was a good girl, and those rich bastards killed her." But there was also a picture, a photograph of my grandmother? I tried to wrap my mind around that possibility. Then I heard the door open behind me. Max poked her head into the room. "I come in peace." She squeezed by the door and strolled past Oren. "For the record, I'm armed only with sarcasm." Max ended her stroll right next to me and hopped up on the desk. "What are we doing?" "Looking at a picture of my grandmother." Saying the words made them feel just a little bit more real. My mom's mom. Maybe. Max stared at the picture. "Not maybe," she said. "She even looks like your mom." The woman in the picture was scowling. I'd never seen my mom scowl. She had her hair pulled into a tight bun, and my mom always wore hers loose. 20 years ago, this woman had looked decades older than my mom had when she died. But still, Max was right. Their features were the same. "How has no one made this connection?" Max asked incredulously. "With all the rumors about your mom, and people trying to find a connection between you and the Hawthornes. No one thought to look at the family of a girl they pretty much murdered? And what about your mom's relatives and the people who knew her growing up? Someone must have recognized her once you made the news. Why hasn't anyone tipped off the press?" I thought about Eli selling me out for a payday. What kind of town was Rockaway Watch that no one would have done the same? "I don't know," I told Max, "but I do know that whatever Tobias Hawthorne left in that safe deposit box, that police report, his investigators' files, I want to see it all. I need to see it. Now." Chapter 71. Oren retrieved the key from his toolbox, but he didn't give it to me. He gave it to Zara, then told me to get ready for school. "Have you lost your mind?" I asked him. I'm not going to school." "It's the safest place for you right now," Oren said. "Elisa will agree with me." "Elisa's doing damage control from the interview," I retorted. "I'm sure the last thing she wants is me out in public. No one would question why I might want to stay home." "Country Day isn't public," Oren told me, and a few seconds later, he had Elisa on speakerphone, and she was echoing what he had said. I was to put on my private school uniform, put on my best face, and pretend that nothing had happened. If we treated this like a crisis, it would be seen as a crisis. Since I'd promised to keep Elisa in the loop, I told her everything, and she still didn't change her mind. "Act normal," she told me. I hadn't been normal in weeks, but less than an hour later, I was dressed in a pleated skirt, a white dress shirt, and a burgundy blazer, with my hair tousled just so and my makeup minimal, except for the eyes. Preppy with an edge for all the world to see, or at least all the denizens of Heights Country Day School. I felt like I had on my very first day. No one looked directly at me, but the way they were not looking at me felt far more conspicuous. Jameson and Xander slipped out of the car after me, and each of them took one of my sides. At least this time, it was me and the Hawthornes against the world. I made it through the day bit by bit, and by lunch I was done. Done with the stares, done pretending everything was normal, done trying to put on a happy face. I was hiding, or making an attempt at it, in the archive when Jameson found me. "You look like someone who needs a distraction," he told me. A few feet away, Oren crossed his arms over his chest. "No." Jameson shot my bodyguard his most innocent look. "I know you," Oren replied. "I know your distractions. You're not taking her skydiving or parasailing off the coast. No racetracks, no motorcycles, no axe throwing." "Axe throwing?" I looked at Jameson, intrigued. He turned back to Oren. "What are your feelings on roofs?" 10 minutes later, Jameson and I were back on top of the art center. He rolled out the turf and teed up a ball. "Keep away from the edge," Oren told me, and then he turned deliberately away from us both. I waited for Jameson to ask me about the postcards. I waited for him to flirt with me, to touch me, to Jameson Hawthorne the answer out of me. But all he did was hand me a club. I lined up the shot. Part of me wanted him to come stand behind me, wanted his arms to wrap around mine. Jameson on the roof, Grayson in the maze. My mind was a mess. I was a mess. I dropped the club. "My mother was Kaylee Rooney's sister," I said. And so it began. It was hard to put into words everything I had learned, but I managed. The more I said, the easier it was to see Jameson thinking. The more he thought, the closer to me he came. "What do you think Toby left in Jackson that's worth so much?" he asked. "And where in Jackson?" Jameson studied me like my face held the answers. How long did Toby's amnesia last? Why stay dead once his memory returned? Guilt. I almost choked on the word, though I couldn't have explained why. Toby loathed himself almost as much as he loved my mom. That was the first time I'd said that last bit out loud. Toby Hawthorne loved my mother. She loved him. It had been an epic seaside kind of love. Literally. Just knowing that made me feel like I'd been lying to myself every time I'd pretended that I didn't have feelings, that things didn't have to be messy, that I could have what I wanted without ever really longing for anything, body and soul. Heiress? There was a question in Jameson's deep green eyes. I wasn't sure what he was asking, what he wanted from me, what I wanted from him.
Knock, knock.
Xander stuck his head out the door to the roof.
I just happened to have my ear pressed to this door. I might have overheard some things, and I have a suggestion.
Jameson looked like he might actually throttle his brother. I glanced at Orrin, who was still pointedly ignoring all three of us. I could practically hear him thinking, "Not my job."
Call her.
Xander tossed something at me. It wasn't until I'd caught it that I realized it was his phone, and a number had already been plugged in.
Call who?
Jameson asked, his eyes narrowing.
Your grandmother,
Xander told me.
Like I said, I inadvertently overheard some things while my ear was casually pressed to this steel door. Kaylee Rooney's mother is your grandmother, Avery. That's a piece of the puzzle we've never had before. And that, he nodded to the phone, is her phone number.
You don't have to call, Jameson told me, which made about as much sense as the fact that he'd willingly stepped back from the postcards.
Yes, I swallowed. I do.
My heart jumped into my throat just thinking about it, but I hit the call button. The line rang and rang and rang, with no one picking up and no voicemail. I couldn't bring myself to hang up, so I just let it ring. And then finally someone answered. All I got out was a hello and my name before the person who'd answered cut me off.
I know who you are.
At first I thought the gravelly voice belonged to a man, but as the words kept coming, I realized that the speaker was a woman.
If my worthless daughter had taught you the first damn thing about this family, you wouldn't dare have dialed my number.
I wasn't sure what I had been expecting. My mom had always told me that she didn't have a family. But still, each word her mother, my grandmother, spoke cut into me.
If that little bitch hadn't run, I would have put a bullet in her myself. You think I want a dime of your blood money, girl? You think you're family? You hang up that phone. You forget my name. And if you're lucky, I'll make sure this family, this whole town, forgets yours.
The sound on the other end of the line cut out. I stood there, the phone still pressed to my ear, frozen.
You okay there, buddy?
Xander asked. I couldn't reply. I couldn't say anything. You think I want a dime of your blood money, girl? You think you're family? I wasn't even sure if I was breathing. If that little bitch hadn't run. Jameson came up beside me. He put his hands on my shoulders. For a second, I thought he might force my eyes to his, but he didn't. He walked me over to the edge of the roof, the very edge, close enough that Orrin called out. But in response, all Jameson did was spread my arms to each side, until his and mine were both held out in a T. Close your eyes, he whispered. Breathe. If that little bitch hadn't run. I closed my eyes. I breathed. I felt him breathing. The wind picked up, and I told them everything. Chapter 72. By the time the SUV passed the gates of Hawthorne House that afternoon, I was still shaken. To my surprise, Zara met Jameson, Xander, and me in the foyer. For the first time since I'd met Tobias Hawthorne's firstborn, she looked less than perfect. Her eyes were puffy. Stray hairs were stuck to her forehead. She was holding a folder. It was only an inch or so thick, but even that was enough to stop me in my tracks.
That's what was in the safe deposit box? Xander asked. Do you want an overview? Zara replied crisply. Or would you prefer to read it for yourself?
Both, Jameson said. First, we'd take the big picture, and then we'd comb through the actual materials, looking for subtle hints, clues, anything Zara might have missed. Where's Grayson? The question came into my mind unbidden. Some part of me had expected him to be here, waiting. Even though he'd barely spoken to me since the interview. Even though he'd barely been able to look at me. Overview? I asked Zara, forcing myself to focus. Zara gave a slight dip of her chin. Assent. Toby had been in and out of rehab for a year or two at the time of his disappearance. He was obviously angry, though at the time I didn't know why. From what my father was able to piece together, Toby met 2 other boys at rehab. They all went on a road trip together that summer. It very much appears that the boys partied, and slept, their way across the country. One young woman in particular, a waitress at a bar where the boys stopped, was quite informative when my father's investigator tracked her down. She told the investigator exactly what Toby had been snorting, and exactly what he had said the morning after they had intercourse. "What did he say?" Xander asked. Zara's tone never wavered. "He told her that he was going to burn it all down." I stared at Zara for a moment, then shifted my gaze to Jameson. He'd been there when Sheffield Grayson had claimed that Toby was responsible for the fire. Even after reading the postcards and seeing the kind of guilt Toby carried, some part of me had still thought the fire was an accident, that Toby and his friends were drunk or high, and things got out of control. Did Toby happen to specify what he was going to burn down? Jameson asked. No, Zara kept her reply curt. But right before they got to Rockaway Watch, he purchased a great deal of accelerant. He set the fire. He killed them all. Was that in the police report? I managed to ask. What Toby said about burning it all down? Did the police know? No, Zara replied. The woman Toby said that to, she had no idea who he was. Even when our private investigators tracked her down, she remained entirely in the dark. The police never found her. They never had motive. But they knew about the accelerant. From what the arson investigators were able to tell, the house on Hawthorne Island had been thoroughly soaked. The gas had been turned on. I felt my hand pressing to my mouth. A sound escaped around my fingers, somewhere between a horrified gasp and a mewl. Toby wasn't an idiot. Jameson's expression was sharp. Unless this was some kind of suicide pact, he would have had a contingency plan to make sure that he and his friends weren't caught in the flames. Zara closed her eyes tightly. That's the thing, she whispered. The house was soaked in accelerant. The gas was turned on, but no one ever lit a match. There was a lightning storm that night. Toby might well have been planning to burn down the house from a safe distance. The others might have helped him, but none of them actually set the fire. Lightning? Xander said, horrified. If the gas was already on, if they'd soaked the floorboards in accelerant. I could see it in my mind. Had the house exploded? Had they still been inside? Or had the fire spread quickly across the island? For months, my father believed that Toby truly had died. He convinced the police to bury the report. It wasn't arson, not technically. At best, it was attempted arson. And they'd never gotten to finish the attempt. Why didn't the police just blame it on the lightning? I asked. I'd read the articles in the press. They hadn't mentioned the weather. The picture they'd painted was one in which a teenage party had gotten out of hand. 3 upstanding boys had died, and 1 not-so-upstanding girl from the wrong side of the tracks. The house went up like a fireball, Zara replied evenly. They could see it from the mainland. It was obvious it wasn't just a lightning strike. And the girl who was there with them, Kaylee Rooney, she'd just gotten out of juvenile detention for arson.
It was easier to deflect blame toward her than to try to pin it on nature. If she was a juvenile, Xander said slowly, the record would have been sealed. The old man unsealed it. Jameson didn't phrase that as a question. Anything to protect the family name. I could understand why my mother's mother had called Tobias Hawthorne's fortune blood money. Had he left it to me, in part, out of guilt? I wouldn't feel too sorry for Kaylee Rooney, Zara said coldly. What happened to her? What happened to all of them? It was a tragedy, of course, but she was far from innocent. From what the investigator was able to piece together, the Rooney family runs just about every drug that comes through Rockaway Watch. They have a reputation for being merciless, and Kaylee was almost certainly already elbow-deep in the family business. If my worthless daughter had taught you the first damn thing about this family, you wouldn't dare have dialed my number. The conversation I'd had that afternoon came back to me. If that little bitch hadn't run, I would have put a bullet in her myself. If what Zara was saying about my mother's family was true, that statement probably wasn't metaphorical. What about the fisherman who pulled Toby from the water? I asked, trying to concentrate on the facts of the case and not think too long or hard about where my mom had come from. Did the file elaborate on that at all? The storm was severe that night, Zara replied. Initially, my father believed there were no boats out, but eventually, the investigator talked to someone who swore that there was one boat on the water during the storm. Its owner was practically a shut-in. He lives in a shack near an old abandoned lighthouse in Rockaway Watch. The locals steer clear of him. Based on the investigator's discussions with townsfolk, most seem to think he's not quite well in the head. Hence, taking his boat out that night, in the midst of a man-killing storm. He finds Toby, I said, thinking out loud, pulls him from the water, brings him home, and no one's the wiser. My father believed that Toby had lost his memory, though whether this was the result of an injury or psychological trauma is unclear. Somehow, this man, this Jackson Curry, managed to nurse him back to health. Not just the man, I thought. My mom was there too. She'd helped nurse him back to life. I was so busy thinking about my mom and reassembling that part of the story in my head that I missed the rest of what Zara had said. The name, she'd said. Jackson, Jameson breathed. Eris, the fisherman's name, was Jackson. I froze, just for an instant. I hope you go far, far away, Toby had written. But if you ever need anything, I hope you do exactly what I told you to do in that letter. Go to Jackson. You know what I left there. You know what it's worth. Not Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson Curry, the fisherman who'd pulled Toby from the water. What I don't understand, Zara said, is why Toby was so intent on running once he got his memory back, assuming he got it back. He had to have known that our security could protect him from any threat. The Rooneys may run Rockaway Watch, but it's a small town. They're small people with a small reach, and the legal situation had already been taken care of. Toby could have come home, but he fought it. He didn't come home because he didn't think he deserved to. Having read the postcards, I understood Toby. Wasn't that how I would have felt if I'd done what he'd done? A ringing sound jarred me from that thought. My phone. I looked down. Grayson was calling. I flashed back to the moment he'd kissed me. I'd kissed him back. Since then, we hadn't even managed to look at each other. We hadn't really talked. So why was he calling now? Where is he? Hello? I answered. Avery. Grayson lingered on my name, just for a moment. Where are you?
I asked. There was a pause at the other end of the line, and then he sent me an invite to switch over to a video chat. I accepted it, and the next thing I saw was his face. Gray eyes, sharp cheekbones, sharper jawline. In the sunlight, his light blonde hair looked platinum. After some convincing, Max told me about what was written on your postcards, Grayson said. About your mother. Do you remember when I told you that I was in this? That I would help you? He turned his phone, and I saw ruins, charred ruins, burned trees. That's what I'm doing.
You went to Hawthorne Island without us?
Xander was absolutely indignant. He did this for me. I wasn't sure how I was supposed to feel about that when, if he'd waited a few hours, we could have gone together. This didn't feel like a larger-than-life gesture. It felt like Grayson running away, keeping his promise as far away from me as he could.
Hawthorne Island,
Grayson confirmed in response to Xander's accusation.
And Rockaway Watch. I wouldn't call the locals friendly, but I'm optimistic that I'll find our missing piece, whatever that might be.
He was optimistic that he would find the answer. Had he even considered dealing me in?
Rockaway Watch, Xander said slowly.
The town's name echoed in my mind. Rockaway Watch, my mother's family. Suddenly, I had much bigger concerns than what Grayson's behavior did or did not mean, and what it did or did not make me feel. Grayson, my voice sounded urgent, even to my own ears. You don't understand. My mother changed her name and left that place because her family is dangerous. I don't know what they know about Toby. I don't know if that's the reason they hated her so much, but they blame the Hawthornes for their daughter's death. You have to get out of there. Beside me, Orrin cursed. Grayson turned the phone back around, and those gray eyes locked on mine. Avery, have I ever given you reason to believe that I'm particularly averse to danger? Grayson Hawthorne was arrogant enough to consider himself bulletproof, and honorable enough to see a promise through to its end. You have to get out of there, I said again, but the next thing I knew, Jameson was sticking his head over my shoulder, yelling to his brother. You're looking for a man named Jackson Curry. He's a recluse, living near an abandoned lighthouse. Talk to him, see what he knows. Grayson smiled, and that smile cut into me every bit as much as his kiss. Got it. Chapter 73. It was another hour before we heard from Grayson again, and Orrin spent a good chunk of that time calling in favors on the West Coast. I wasn't the only one concerned about the safety of a Hawthorne anywhere near the town of Rockaway Watch. When my phone did ring again, Grayson was less than happy about the security detail that had descended on him. Did you find him? Jameson squeezed in beside me to talk to his brother. Jackson Curry? He has a very colorful vocabulary, Grayson reported, and the land near his shack is booby-trapped.
Father and his investigator ran into similar issues, Zara said behind us. They never got a word out of the man. Grayson, you should come home. This is a fool's errand. There are other leads that we could follow.
In any other circumstances, I would have asked what those leads were. But all I could think was that Toby had told my mom to go to Jackson if she needed anything. That seemed to suggest that if my mom had shown up, he would have opened the door. Can you get close enough to put me on the phone with him? I asked. Assuming no one tries to restrain me, Grayson glanced pointedly back over his shoulder at what I could only assume was his security detail, and then turned back to look straight into the camera, straight at me. I can try. Jackson Curry's shack really was a shack. I would have laid money that he'd built it himself. It wasn't large. There were no windows. Grayson knocked on what appeared to be a metal door. Then again, maybe shack is the wrong word, I thought. What Jackson Curry had built was closer to a bunker. Grayson knocked again, and all he got for his effort was a large rock chucked at him from somewhere up above. "I don't like this," Orrin said stonily. Neither did I, but we were so close, not just to Toby, but to answers. I have a secret. I knew so much now that I hadn't before. Maybe I knew everything, but I couldn't help feeling like this was my chance, maybe my last chance, to know for sure, to know my mom in a way that I'd never known her before, to understand what she and Toby had. "See if he'll talk to me," I told Grayson. "Tell him," my voice caught, "tell him that Hannah's daughter is on the phone. Hannah Rooney." That was the first time I had said the name my mom had been born with, the name she'd never told me. The image on the phone screen went blurry for a moment. Grayson must have lowered the phone. I heard him in the background, yelling something. "Talk to me," I willed Jackson Curry from a distance. "Tell me anything and everything you know. About Toby, about my mom, about whatever it is that Toby left with you." "I told him," Grayson's face came back into focus. No reply. "I think I never got to hear the rest of what Grayson thought, because a moment later, I heard the distinct sound of metal on metal. Deadbolts, I realized, being thrown open. Grayson turned the camera in time for me to see the metal door creak open. All I saw at first was Jackson Curry's enormous beard, but then I saw his narrowed eyes. "Where is she?" he grunted. "Here," I said, my voice verging on a yell. "I'm here. I'm Hannah's daughter." "No," he spat. "Don't trust phones." And just like that, he slammed the door. "What does he mean? He doesn't trust phones," Jameson demanded. "What's not to trust?" My thoughts were elsewhere. We knew now that Jackson Curry would talk to me. He wouldn't talk to Grayson. He hadn't talked to Tobias Hawthorne's investigators. He was paranoid and pretty much a shut-in. He didn't trust phones. But he would talk to me in person. "I'll call you back," I told Grayson. And then I placed another phone call to Elisa. "I'm allowed to spend 3 nights per month away from Hawthorne House. So far, I've only spent 1. Chapter 74. Elisa didn't like the idea of my visiting Hawthorne Island. Orrin liked it even less, but there was no stopping me now. "Fine." Orrin gave me a look. "I will arrange security for you." His eyes narrowed. "And only you." Beside me, Xander jumped to his feet. "I object." "Overruled." Orrin's reply was immediate. "We will be flying into a high-threat situation. I want at least an 8-person security team on the ground. We can't afford a single distraction. Avery is the package, the only package, or I will duct tape all 3 of you to chairs and call it a day." All 3 of us. My eyes found their way to Jameson's. I waited for him to argue with Orrin. Jameson Winchester Hawthorne had never sat out a race in his life. He wasn't capable of it. So why wasn't he attempting to negotiate with Orrin now? Jameson noticed something about the way I was looking at him. "What? You're not going to complain about this?" I stared at him. "Why would I, heiress?" "Because you play to win. Because Grayson's already there. Because this was our game, yours and mine, before it was anyone else's." I tried to stop myself there. "Because your brother kissed me. Because when you and I kiss, you feel it the same way I do." I wasn't about to say a single word of that out loud. "Fine." I kept my eyes on Jameson's a moment longer. then turned to Orrin. "I'll go alone." It took a little under 4 hours to fly from Texas to the Oregon coast. Including travel time to and from the airport on each side, that was closer to 5. I was standing on Jackson Curry's doorstep, such as it was, by dusk. "Are you ready?" Grayson asked beside me, his voice low. I nodded. "Your men will have to stay back," Grayson told Orrin. "They can set up a perimeter, but I'd bet a very large amount of money that Curry will not open the door if Avery shows up with her own army." Orrin nodded to his men and made some kind of hand signal, and they spread out. If this went as planned, my mother's family would never even know I was here. But if they figured it out, small-time criminals didn't hold a candle to the power of the Hawthornes. My power now. I tried to really believe that as I reached forward and knocked on Jackson Curry's door. My first knock was hesitant, but then I banged with my fist. "I'm here," I said. "For real this time." No response. "My name's Avery. I'm Hannah's daughter." If I had come all this way and he still wouldn't open the door, I didn't know what I would do. "Toby wrote my mother postcards," I kept yelling. "He said that if she ever needed anything, she should come here. I know you saved Toby's life after the fire. I know my mom helped you. I know that they were in love. I don't know if her family found out or what happened exactly." The door opened. "That family always finds out," Jackson Curry grunted. Over the phone, I hadn't realized just how big he was. He had to have been at least 6'6", and he was built like one of Orrin's men. "Is that why my mom changed her name?" I asked him. "Is that why she ran?" The fisherman stared at me for a moment, his expression hard as rocks. "You don't look much like Hannah," he grunted. For one terrifying moment, I thought he might slam the door in my face. "Except for the eyes." With that, he let the door swing the rest of the way inward, and Orrin, Grayson, and I followed him inside. "Just the girl," Jackson Curry growled, without ever turning around. I knew Orrin was going to argue. "Please," I told him. "Orrin, please." "I'll stay in the doorway." Orrin's voice was like steel. "She stays in my sight at all times. You don't come closer than 3 feet to her." I expected Jackson Curry to balk at all of that, but instead, he nodded. "I like him," he told me. Then he issued another order. "The boy stays outside, too." The boy, as in Grayson. He didn't like stepping back from me, but he did it. I turned for just a moment to watch him go. "That the way it is?" Curry asked me, like he'd seen something in that moment that I hadn't meant to show. I turned back to him. "Please, just tell me about my mother." "Not much to tell," he said. "She used to come check on me now and then, always nagging at me to go to the hospital over every little scrape. She was in school to be a nurse, wasn't half bad at stitches." She was in nursing school? That felt like such a mundane thing to be learning about my mother. "She helped you nurse Toby after you pulled him from the water?" I said. He nodded. "She did. Can't say she particularly enjoyed it, but she was always going on about some oath." The Hippocratic Oath. I dug through my memory and remembered the gist of it. First, do no harm. "It was the damnedest thing for a Rooney to say," Curry grunted. "But Hannah always was the damnedest Rooney." The muscles in my throat tightened. She helped you treat Toby, even though she knew who he was, even though she blamed him for her sister's death. "You telling the story, or am I?" I went silent, and after a second or two, my silence was rewarded. "She loved her sister, you know. always said Kaylee wasn't like the rest of them. Hannah was going to get her out. My mom couldn't have been more than 3 or 4 years older than me when all of this had gone down. Kaylee would have been her younger sister. I wanted to cry. At this point, I wasn't even sure what else to ask. But I pushed on. How long did Toby stay here after the accident? 3 months, give or take. He mostly healed up in that time. And they fell in love. There was a long silence. Hannah always was the damnedest Rooney. In other circumstances, it might have been harder for me to understand. But if Toby had been suffering from amnesia, he wouldn't have known what had happened on the island. He wouldn't have known about Kaylee or who she was to my mother. And my mom had a big heart. She might have hated him at first, but he was a Hawthorne, and I knew all too well that Hawthorne boys had a way about them. What happened after 3 months? I asked. Kid's memory came back. Jackson shook his head. They had a big fight that night. He came damn near close to killing himself, but she wouldn't let him. He wanted to turn himself in, but she wouldn't let him do that either. Why not? I asked. No matter how in love with him she'd been, Toby was responsible for 3 deaths. He'd planned to set a fire that night, even if he'd never lit a match. How long you think the person who killed Kaylee Rooney would last in any jail hereabouts? Jackson asked me. Hannah wanted to run away, just the 2 of them, but the boy said no. He couldn't do that to her. Do what to her? I asked. My mom had ended up running away. She changed her name, and 3 years later, there was me. Hell if I could make sense of either of them, Jackson Curry muttered. Here. He tossed something at my feet. Behind me, Orrin twitched, but he didn't object when I moved forward to pick up the object on the ground. It was wrapped in linen. Unrolling it, I found 2 things, a letter and a small metal disc the size of a quarter. I read the letter. It didn't take me long to realize that it was the one Toby had mentioned in the postcards. Dear Hannah, the same backward as forward. Please don't hate me. Or if you do, hate me for the right reasons. Hate me for being angry and selfish and stupid. Hate me for getting high and deciding that burning the dock wasn't enough. We had to burn the house to really hit my father where it hurt. Hate me for letting the others play the game with me, for treating it like a game. Hate me for being the one who survived. But don't hate me for leaving. You can tell me over and over again that I never would have struck the match. You can believe that. On good days, maybe I will too. But 3 people are still dead because of me. I can't stay here. I can't stay with you. I don't deserve to. I won't go home either. I won't let my father pretend this away. Sooner or later, he'll figure this out. He always does. He'll come for me, Hannah. He'll try to make it all better. And if I let him find me, if I let him wag his silver tongue in my ear, I might start to believe him. I might be tempted to let him wash away my sins, the way that only billions can, so you and I can live happily ever after. But you deserve better than that. Your sister deserved better. And I deserve to fade away. I won't kill myself. You extracted that promise, and I will keep it. I won't turn myself in. But we can't be together. I can't do that to you. I know you. I know that loving me must hurt you, and I won't hurt you again. Leave Rockaway Watch, Hannah. Without Kaylee, there's nothing holding you here. Change your name. Start anew. You love fairy tales, I know, but I can't be your happily ever after. We can't stay here in our little castle forever. You have to find a new castle. You have to move on. You have to live for me. If you ever need anything, go to Jackson. You know what the circle is worth. You know why. You know everything. You might be the only person on this planet who knows the real me. Hate me, if you can, for all the reasons I deserve it. But don't hate me for leaving while you sleep. I knew you wouldn't let me go, and I cannot bear to say goodbye. Harry. I looked up from the letter, my ears ringing. He signed it Harry. Jackson tilted his head to the side. That's what I called him 'fore I knew his name. It's what Hannah called him, too. Something gave inside me. I closed my eyes and let my head fall, just for a moment. I had no idea what had happened between Toby leaving this shack 20 years ago and my mother's death. If he was my father, he had to have found her at some point. They had to have been together again, if only once. He found me after she died, I whispered. He told me his name was Harry. She's dead? Jackson Curry stared at me. Little Hannah? I nodded. Natural causes. Given the context, that seemed important to clarify. Jackson turned suddenly. A second later, he was rummaging around in the cabinets. He thrust another object at me, coming close enough for our fingertips to brush this time. I was supposed to give this to Harry, he grunted, if he ever came back. Hannah sent them here, year after year. But if she's gone, only seems right to give them to you. I looked down at the thing he'd just handed me. I was holding another bundle of postcards. Chapter 75. It was one thing to read Toby's love letters to my mother. It was another entirely to read hers to him. She sounded like herself, so much that I could hear her voice with every single word I read. She loved him. The muscles in my chest tightened. It hurt to love him, and she loved him anyway. I breathed, in and out. He left her, and she loved him anyway. That string of thoughts cycled through my head on repeat as we drove back to the airstrip where the jets awaited. What my mom and Toby had, it was tragic and messy and all-consuming, and if the postcards made one thing clear, it was that she would have done it all again. Are you okay? Grayson asked beside me, like it was just the two of us in this SUV, like we weren't surrounded by Oren's men. There were two other SUVs, one in front of us and one at our rear. There were 4 armed men, including Oren, in this car alone. No, I told Grayson, not really. My entire life, I'd grown up knowing that I was enough for my mom. She hadn't dated. She hadn't wanted or needed a damn thing from Ricky. Her life was full of love. She was full of love. But romance? That wasn't something she'd needed. It wasn't something she'd wanted. It wasn't even something she was open to. And now I knew why. Because she'd never stopped loving Toby. Close your eyes, I could hear Max telling me. Picture yourself standing on a cliff overlooking the ocean. The wind is whipping in your hair. The sun is setting. You long, body and soul, for one thing, one person. You hear footsteps behind you. You turn. Who's there? And my answer had been, no one. But after reading even just a couple of my mom's postcards, it was getting harder to ignore Grayson's presence beside me, harder not to think about Jameson. My eyes stung, even though there was zero reason for me to be crying. I stared through my tears at the postcards my mom had written to Toby and forced myself to keep reading. Soon, the focus of my mom's writing shifted from what they'd had to a different kind of love story. From that point on, every single postcard was about me. Avery took her first steps today. Avery's first word is uh-oh. Today, Avery invented a game that combines Candyland, Chutes and Ladders, and checkers. On and on it went, up until the postcard stopped, up until she died. My hand shook, holding the last postcard, and Grayson's hand made its way to mine. "She wrote these," I said, my voice catching in my throat. "To Toby, about me." It couldn't have been clearer reading them. He really was my father. I'd been working off that assumption for so long that it shouldn't have come as a shock. Beside me, Grayson's phone buzzed. "It's Jameson," he said. My heart skipped a beat, then made up for it. "Answer it," I told Grayson, pulling my hand back from his. Grayson did as I'd asked. "We're on our way back to the plane," he told Jameson. He'll want to know what I found. I knew that, knew Jameson. I held up the small metal disc that Jackson Curry had given me. "This is what Toby left with Jackson." Grayson stared at it, then switched Jameson over to a video chat so he could see it too. "What do you think this is?" I asked. The disc was gold and maybe an inch in diameter. It looked like some kind of a coin, but not any I'd seen before. Its surface engraved with 9 concentric circles on one side and smooth on the other. "It doesn't look like it's worth much," Jameson commented. "But in this family, that means nothing." The sound of his voice did something to me, something it shouldn't have done, something it wouldn't have done before I'd read my mother's postcards. "Close your eyes," I could hear Max telling me. "Who's there?" "We're incoming," Orrin announced curtly, to whom I wasn't sure. "Sweep the plane." When we arrived at the airstrip, he opened my door, and I got 3 escorts to the plane. Behind me, Grayson had switched the phone off video, but he was still on the line with Jameson. My mind was full with images of them both, and with the words my mother had written to Toby. The night air was cold and getting colder. As I walked toward the jet, a brutal wind picked up, then gave way to a sudden and utter stillness. I heard a single, high-pitched beep, and the world exploded into fire, into nothing. Chapter 76. Everything hurt. I couldn't hear. I couldn't see. When blurred images finally began to form, all I saw was fire. Fire and Grayson, standing 100 feet away from me. I waited for him to come running. I waited. I waited. He didn't. And then there was nothing. The world around me was dark, and then there was a voice. "Let's play a game." I couldn't tell if I was standing up or lying down. I couldn't feel my body. I have a secret. If I had eyes, I opened them. Or maybe they were already open. Either way, I did something, and the world was flooded with light. "I'm tired of playing," I told my mom. "I know, baby." "I'm so tired," I said. "I know, but I have a secret, Avery, and you have to play. Just one more time, just for me. Okay, baby? You can't let go." I heard a long and distant beep. Lightning tore through my body. "Clear!" a voice yelled. "Come on, Avery," my mom whispered. "I have a secret." Another round of lightning tore through me. "Clear!" I wanted to stop breathing. I wanted to go where the lightning and the fire and the pain couldn't touch me. "You have to fight," my mom said. "You have to hang on." "You're not real," I whispered. "You're dead. So either this is a dream, and you're not even here, or I'm dead too." Chapter 77. I dreamed that I was running through the halls of Hawthorne House. I hit a staircase, and at the bottom, I saw a dead girl. At first, I thought it was Emily Laughlin, but then I got closer, and I realized it was me. I was standing at the edge of the ocean. Every time a wave crested and came toward me, I thought that it would swallow me whole. I was ready for it to swallow me whole. But each time, as the darkness beckoned, I heard a voice. Jameson Winchester Hawthorne. "You son of a bitch!" The words cut through the darkness in a way that nothing else had since I'd been here. The voice was Jameson's again, but louder this time, sharper, like the edge of a knife. "She was dying, and you just stood there. And don't tell me it was shock." I tried to open my eyes. I tried, but I couldn't. "You would know, Jamie, about standing there and watching someone die. Emily. It always comes back to Emily with you." I wanted to tell them that I could hear them, but I couldn't move my mouth. Everything was dark. Everything hurt. "You know what I think, Gray? I think the whole martyr act was a lie you told yourself. I don't think you stepped back from Avery for my sake. I think you needed an excuse to draw a line so you could stay safe on the other side. You don't know what you're talking about. You can't let go. You couldn't when Emily was alive, no matter what she did. And you can't now." "Are you done?" Grayson was yelling now. "Avery was dying, and you couldn't run toward her. What do you want from me, Jamie?" "You think I didn't fight the same fight? I halfway convinced myself that as long as Avery was just a riddle or a puzzle, as long as I was just playing, I'd be fine. Well, joke's on me, because somewhere along the way, I stopped playing." "I can hear you. I can hear every word. I'm right here." "What do you want from me?" "Look at her, Gray. Look at her, damn it. Est unus ex nobis, nos defendet eius." She is one of us. We protect her. Whatever Grayson said in response was lost to the sound of a crashing wave. I sat at a chessboard. Across from me was a man I hadn't seen since I was 6 years old. Tobias Hawthorne picked up his queen, then set it back down. Instead, he laid 3 new pieces on the board: a corkscrew, a funnel, a chain. I stared at them. I don't know what to do with these. Silently, he laid a 4th object on the board, a metal disc. I don't know what to do with that either. "Don't look at me, young lady," Tobias Hawthorne replied. "This is your subconscious. All of this. It's a game of your making, not mine." "What if I don't want to play anymore?" I asked. He leaned back, picking up his queen once more. "Then stop." Chapter 78. The first thing I was aware of was pressure on my chest. It felt like a cinder block was holding me down. I struggled against the weight of it, and like a switch had been flipped, every nerve in my body began to scream. My eyes flew open. The first thing I saw was the machine, then the tubes. So many tubes connected to my body. I'm in the hospital, I thought. But then the rest of the world came into focus around me, and I realized that this wasn't a hospital room. It was my room, at Hawthorne House. Seconds passed like molasses. It took everything I had not to claw the tubes out of my body. Memory settled in around me. Jameson's voice, and Grayson's. Lightning, and fire, and there was a bomb. A nearby monitor began sounding some kind of alarm, and the next thing I knew, a woman in a white doctor's coat rushed into the room. When I recognized her, I thought I was dreaming again. Dr. Lou? Welcome back, Avery. Max's mother fixed me with a no-nonsense look. I need you to lie back and breathe. I was poked and prodded and dosed with pain medication. By the time Dr. Lou let Libby and Max into my room, I was feeling downright loopy. I gave her some morphine, I heard Dr. Lou tell Libby. If she wants to sleep, let her. Max approached my bed, as tentative as I'd ever seen her. Your mom is here, I said. Correct, Max replied, taking a seat next to the bed. At Hawthorne House. Very good, Max said. Now, tell me what year it is, who's president, and which Hawthorne brother you're going to let fax your brains out first. Maxine! Dr. Lou sounded like she was the one with a splitting headache. Sorry, Mama, Max said. She turned back to me. I called her when Elisa brought you back here. Lawyer lady more or less stole your fine comatose self from the hospital in Oregon, and everyone was pretty faxing mad. We weren't about to let her staff you up with doctors of her choosing. We needed someone we could trust. I might have been disowned, but I'm not stupid. I called. The great Dr. Lou came. You were not disowned, Max's mom said sternly. I distinctly remember disowning, Max countered. Agree to disagree. If you'd told me a few hours ago that Max and her mom would be in the same room, and it wouldn't be painful or awkward, or painfully awkward, I wouldn't have believed you. A few hours ago. My brain latched on to that thought, and I realized the obvious. If there had been time for Elisa to steal me from a hospital, and time for Max to call her mom. How long was I out? I asked. Max didn't answer, not right away. She looked back at her mom, who nodded. Max opened her mouth, but Libby beat her to speaking. 7 days. A full week? Libby's hair was dyed again, not one color, but dozens. I thought about what she'd said about her 9th birthday, about the cupcakes my mom had baked for her, and the rainbow colors she'd clipped into her hair. And I wondered how much of her life Libby had spent trying to get that one perfect moment back. They told me you might not wake up. Libby's voice was shaking now. I'm okay, I said. But then I realized that I had no idea if that was true. I stole a look at Dr. Lou. Your body's been healing nicely, she told me. The coma was medically induced. We tried to wake you up 2 days ago, but there was some unexpected swelling in your brain. That's all under control now. I looked past her toward the doorway. Do the others know? I asked. That I'm awake? Do the boys? Dr. Lou walked over to my bedside. Let's take this one step at a time. Chapter 79. Eventually, they let Orrin in to see me. The bomb was planted inside the plane's engine. Forensics suggests it had been there for days and was triggered remotely. Orrin had partially healed wounds running down the side of his jaw and across the backs of his hands. Whoever triggered the explosion must have mistimed things. If you'd been 2 steps closer, you would have died. His voice got tighter. 2 of my men didn't make it. Devastating guilt drilled through me, a needle-thin icicle straight to the heart. I felt heavy and numb. I'm sorry. Orrin didn't tell me not to be. He didn't say that if I hadn't pushed to go to Rockaway Watch, those men would still be alive. Wait, I stared at him. You said that the bomb was planted days before it exploded? Then the Rooneys, the reason we'd brought so much security with us, they weren't the ones who... No, Orrin confirmed. Someone planted that bomb. It must have been planted sometime after True North. I tried to be logical about this, tried to view it from a distance without thinking about the fire, the lightning, the pain. That man at True North, the professional, my voice caught in my throat. Who was he working for? Before Oren could answer, I heard the familiar sound of heels on the wood floor. Elisa appeared in the doorway. She stepped across the threshold, and when her eyes landed on me, she reached out to a nearby armoire, her fingers gripping the edge with knuckle-whitening ferocity. "Thank God," she muttered. She closed her eyes, battling for calm, then opened them again. "I appreciate you telling your men to stand down." That was directed at Oren, not me. "You have 5 minutes," he said coldly. Hurt flashed across Elisa's features, and I remembered what Max had said. Elisa had moved me back here without permission. With my life on the line, she'd acted to save my inheritance. "Don't look at me like that," Elisa said, to me this time. "It worked, didn't it?" I was here. I was alive. And I was still a billionaire. "It cost me dearly," Elisa held my gaze. "It cost me this family, but it worked." I didn't know what to say to that. "What's the status of the police investigation about the bombing?" I asked. "Do they have any idea who—" "The police made an arrest yesterday." Elisa's tone was brisker now. No nonsense. Familiar. "The job was a professional one, obviously, but the police traced it back to Sky Hawthorne and—" She had the decency to hesitate, just for a moment. "Ricky Grambs." That answer shouldn't have been surprising. It shouldn't have mattered to me. But for a split second, I saw myself at 4 years old. I saw Ricky lifting me up and putting me on his shoulders. I swallowed. "His name is on my birth certificate. If I die, he and Libby are my heirs." It was the same song in a different key, courtesy of Sky Hawthorne. "There's something else you should know," Elisa told me quietly. "We got back the DNA test you ordered." Of course she had. I'd been out for a week. "I know," I said. "Ricky's not my father." Elisa walked to stand beside my bed. "That's the thing, Avery. He is." Chapter 80. I stared at my birth certificate, at the signature. This made no sense. None. Every single clue had pointed in the same direction. Toby had sought me out after my mother's death. He'd signed my birth certificate. He and my mom had been in love. Tobias Hawthorne had left me his fortune. "I have a secret," my mother had told me, "about the day you were born." How was it even remotely possible that Toby wasn't my father? Upside, downside, inside, outside, left side, right side. Jameson Hawthorne stood in the doorway. When I saw him, something clicked. It was the feeling of a wave crashing over me. At last. "What's missing?" Jameson asked. He walked toward me, and I tracked every step. He repeated his riddle. Upside, downside, inside, outside, left side, right side. What's missing? He stopped next to my bed, right next to it. "Beside," I whispered. He stared at me, at my eyes, at the lines of my face, like he was drinking it in. I have to say, heiress, I'm not a big fan of comas. Jameson sounded just the same, wry and darkly tempting, but the expression on his face was one I'd never seen before. He wasn't joking. I flashed back to something like a dream. Well, joke's on me, because somewhere along the way, I stopped playing. Jameson Hawthorne and I had an understanding. No emotions, no mess. This wasn't supposed to be an epic kind of love. "I came to see you," Jameson told me, "every day. The least you could have done was wake up while I was here, tragically backlit, unspeakably handsome, and waiting." Picture yourself standing on a cliff overlooking the ocean. The wind is whipping in your hair. The sun is setting. You long, body and soul, for one thing, one person. You hear footsteps behind you. You turn. Who's there? "Every day?" I asked, my voice foreign in my throat. I remembered standing at the edge of the ocean. I remembered a voice. Jameson Winchester Hawthorne. "Every single day, heiress." Jameson closed his eyes, just for an instant. "But if I'm not the one you want to see—" "Of course I want to see you." That was true. I could say it. "But you don't have to—" "Tell me I'm special. Tell me I matter." "Yes," Jameson cut in, "I do." He sank down beside my bed, bringing his eyes level with mine. "You aren't a prize to be won." I wasn't hearing this. He wasn't saying this. He couldn't be. "You're not a puzzle, or a riddle, or a clue." Jameson had laser focus. On me. All on me. "You aren't a mystery to me, Avery. Because deep down, we're the same. You might not see that." He gave me a long, searing look. "You might not believe it. Yet." He held up his hands, his fingers curled into a loose fist. "But there's no one besides the two of us who would have gone back in the wake of that bomb to look for this." He uncurled his fingers, and I saw a small metal disc in his palm. Every muscle in my body tightened. Everything in me wanted to reach out to him. "How did you—" Jameson shrugged, and that shrug, like his smile, was devastating. "How could I not?" He stared at me a moment longer, then pressed the disc into my hand. I felt his fingertips on my palm. He left them there for a moment, then trailed them along the inside of my wrist. I sucked in a breath and looked from Jameson's face to the disc. Concentric circles ringed the metal on one side. The other was smooth. He was still trailing his fingers down my arm. "Have you figured out what it is?" I asked, every nerve in my body alive. "No." Jameson smiled. That crooked, devastating Jameson Hawthorne smile. "I was waiting for you." Jameson wasn't patient. He didn't wait. He lived with his foot on the gas. "You want to figure it out." I stared at him, feeling his stare on me. "Together." "You don't have to say anything." Jameson stood. I could still feel the ghost of his touch on the inside of my arm. I could see the vein in my wrist and feel my heart pumping. "You don't have to kiss me now. You don't have to love me now, heiress. But when you're ready—" He brought his hand to the side of my face. I leaned into it. His breath went ragged, and then he pulled his hand back and nodded to the disc in my hand. "When you're ready, if you're ever ready, if it's going to be me, just flip that disc. Heads, I kiss you." His voice broke slightly. "Tails, you kiss me. And either way, it means something." I stared at the disc in my hand. It was the size of a coin. Every clue we'd followed, every trail that had been left, led to this. I swallowed and looked back up at Jameson. "Toby wasn't my father," I said, and then I corrected the tense. "He isn't my father." Toby Hawthorne was out there somewhere. He still didn't want to be found. Beside me, Jameson cocked his head, eyes sparkling. Well then, heiress, game on. Chapter 81. I made it through that day, that night, the next day, the next night, and on it went. On the morning that I was cleared to go back to school, I heard a sound on the other side of my fireplace. Jameson. I made my way to the mantel and closed my hand around the candlestick. With a breath, I pulled it forward. Jameson wasn't the one standing on the other side. "Thea?" I said. I was confused. I had no idea what she was doing at Hawthorne House, or why she'd come through the passage. My gaze darted toward my door. Orrin was in the hall. Even now, with Skye and Ricky in prison, he was staying close. "Don't say anything," Thea implored me, her voice low. "I need you to come with me. It's Grayson." "Grayson?" I repeated. He'd been like a ghost in the house since I'd woken up. He either didn't want to see me or couldn't face me. I'd watched him swimming laps every night. "He's in trouble, Avery." Thea looked like she'd been crying, and that scared me, because Thea Caligaris wasn't a person who cried. She didn't do vulnerable. She didn't do scared. "What's going on? Thea!" She disappeared back into the passageway. I followed her, and an instant later, hands gripped me from behind. Someone slammed a damp cloth down over my mouth and nose. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. The smell of the cloth was sickly sweet. Everything started going dark around me, and the last thing I heard was Thea. "I had to, Avery. They have Rebecca." Chapter 82. I woke up tied to an antique chair. The room around me was packed tight with boxes and knickknacks. The entire place smelled like it had been soaked in gasoline. 2 people stood across from me. Melly, who looked like she might throw up any second, and Sheffield Grayson. "Where am I?" I asked, and then the memory of what had happened in the passageway came flooding back. "Where's Thea? And Rebecca?" "I assure you, your friends are fine." Sheffield Grayson was wearing a suit. He had me tied to a chair in what appeared to be some kind of storage unit, and he was wearing a suit. He has Grayson's eyes. "I am sorry about all of this," Grayson's father said, flicking a speck off the cuff of his shirt. "The chloroform, the restraints." He paused. "The bomb." "The bomb?" I repeated. The police had arrested Ricky and Skye weeks ago. They had motive, and there was evidence. There had to be for an arrest. "I don't understand." "I know you don't." Grayson's father closed his eyes. "I am not a bad man, Miss Grambs. I take no joy in this." He didn't specify what this was. "You kidnapped me," I said hoarsely. "I'm tied to a chair." He didn't reply. "You tried to kill me." "Injure you. If I'd meant for you to die, my man would have timed the explosion differently, wouldn't he?" I thought of Orrin telling me that if I'd been a few steps closer to the plane when the bomb had detonated, I would have died. "Why?" I said lowly. "Why what? The bomb, or—" Sheffield Grayson gestured to the bindings on my wrists. "The rest." "All of it." My voice shook. Why kidnap me? Why bring me here? What is he planning to do to me next? "Blame your father." Sheffield Grayson broke eye contact then, and for reasons I couldn't quite pinpoint, that sent a chill down my spine. "Your real father. If Tobias Hawthorne II weren't such a coward, I wouldn't have had to go to such lengths to lure him out." My captor's voice was calm, commanding, like he was the rational one here. The muscles in my chest tightened, threatening to wring the air from my lungs, but I forced myself to breathe, to stay focused, stay alive. "Toby," I said. "You're after Toby." "The bomb should have worked." Sheffield began cuffing the sleeves on his dress shirt, a furious motion, and a familiar one. "You were rushed to the hospital. It made worldwide news. I was ready. The trap was set. All that was left to do was wait for that bastard to come to your bedside, the way any self-respecting father would. And then your lawyer had the audacity to have you moved to Hawthorne House with all its security." "So here we are," Sheffield Grayson said, "as unfortunate as that may be." I tried to read between the lines of what he was saying. It had been clear from Grayson's meeting with his father that the man blamed Toby for Colin's death. My captor must have realized, somehow, that Toby was alive. He'd convinced himself that I was Toby's daughter. And this entire place smelled like gasoline.
"I'm sorry."
Mellie's voice shook.
"It wasn't supposed to be like this."
My head pounded. My body was screaming at me to flee, but I couldn't. I had no idea why Mellie would have helped this man kidnap me, or what exactly he planned to do to me now. "Toby won't come for me," I said. Emotion welled up in my throat, and I bit it back. "He isn't my father." That hurt more than it should have. I'm nothing to him. "I have reason to believe he's in town. He stuck his head out of whatever hole he's hiding in long enough for me to verify that much. You are his daughter. He will come for you." It was like he wasn't hearing me. I'm not his daughter. I'd wanted to be. I'd believed that I was, but I wasn't. Sheffield Grayson's achingly familiar eyes settled on mine. "I have a DNA test that says otherwise." I stared at him. What he'd just said made no sense. Elisa had done a DNA test. Ricky Grambs was my father. That meant, obviously, that Toby wasn't. I don't understand. I really didn't. I couldn't. "Mellie here was quite obliging about providing a sample of your DNA. I'd acquired a sample of Toby's from the Hawthorne Island investigation years ago." Sheffield Grayson straightened. "The match was definitive. You have his blood." Sheffield gave me a chilling smile. "And you really should pay your help more." For the first time, I looked at Mellie. Really looked at her. She wouldn't meet my eyes. Was she the one who'd knocked me out in the passageway? Why? Like Eli, had she sold me out for money? "You can go now, dear," Sheffield Grayson told her. Mellie shuffled toward the door. She's leaving me here. Panic began slithering up my spine. "You think he's just going to let you go?" I called after her. "You think he's the kind of man who leaves loose ends?" I didn't know Sheffield Grayson. I didn't even know Mellie, really. But everything in me was saying that I couldn't let her leave me here with him alone. "What do you think Nash would say if he knew what you were doing?" She hesitated, then kept walking. I was getting frantic, and she was getting farther away. The sound of her footsteps grew fainter. "And now," Sheffield Grayson told me, in the same calm, commanding voice, "we wait." Chapter 83. Toby wasn't coming. Sooner or later, my captor would realize that. And when he did, well, he couldn't just let me go. "What makes you think Toby's close by?" I tried not to sound scared. I tried not to be scared. Pissed was better. Much. "How is he even supposed to know that you took me? or where to come. He's not my father. He's not coming. I left clues, Sheffield said, inspecting one of his cufflinks. A little game for your father to play. I understand Hawthorns are prone to such things. What kind of clues? No answer. How did you send clues to him if you don't know where he is? No response. This was useless. Toby had told me to stop looking for him. He'd been in hiding for decades. I wasn't his daughter. He wasn't coming. That was the only thought my brain was capable of producing. It rang in my mind over and over again until I heard footsteps. They were too heavy to be Mellie's. Ah! Sheffield Grayson inclined his head. He walked toward me, assessing me, then reached a hand out to my face and put 2 fingers under my chin. He angled it backward. It's important that you know, Avery, this isn't personal. I jerked back, but it was useless. I was still bound. I wasn't going anywhere. And the footsteps were getting closer. Someone was coming for me. It probably just wasn't the person he expected. What if you're wrong? I said, rushing the words. What if the person who found your clues wasn't Toby? What are you going to do if that's Jameson, Xander, Grayson? The sound of his son's name, his own name, gave Sheffield Grayson only the briefest moment of pause. He closed his eyes again for a moment, then opened them, resolute and steeled against whatever unwanted thoughts my questions had raised. These were my nephew's things. Sheffield gestured to the items in the storage unit. His voice tightened. I never could bear to part with them. The footsteps were almost here. Sheffield Grayson turned toward the entrance to the front of the storage unit. He withdrew a gun from his suit jacket. Finally, the footsteps stopped as a man stepped into view. He'd shaved since the last time I'd seen him, but he was still wearing layers of worn and dirty clothes. Harry! That was the wrong name, and I knew it, but I couldn't keep the word from bursting past my lips. He's here. He came. Tears welled in my eyes, carving trails down my cheeks as the man I'd known as Harry looked past Sheffield Grayson, past the gun, toward me. Horrible girl. Toby's voice was tender. He'd called me a lot of things when we played chess. That was one of them, especially when I won. Let her go, he told my captor. Sheffield Grayson smiled, his gun held steady. Ironic, isn't it? My son carries the last name Hawthorne, and your daughter doesn't. And now, he walked slowly out of the storage unit toward Toby. I'm the one holding the match. I didn't see a match, but he had a gun. This place had been doused in accelerant. If he fired that gun... Get in there, Sheffield ordered. Toby did as he was told. Avery isn't my daughter. His voice was even. I'm not. Am I? He said he has a DNA test, I told Toby, stalling for time, trying to think of a way, any way, out of this, before the whole place went up in flames. A few feet away from me, Tobias Hawthorne II took his eyes off Sheffield Grayson and the gun, just for a moment. Queen to rook 5, he told me. That was a chess move, one I'd used on him in our last game, as misdirection. Misdirection. My brain managed to latch onto that. He's going to distract Sheffield. I tested the security of the bindings that held me to the chair. They were just as tight as they'd been a minute before, but a surge of adrenaline hit me, and I thought about the fact that mothers had been known to lift cars off their toddlers in crises. This chair was an antique. With enough pressure, could I break the chair's arms? I told you. Toby turned his attention back to the man with the gun. Avery is not my daughter. I don't know what kind of DNA test you think you got, but when Hannah got pregnant, I hadn't seen her for years. I tried to focus on the chair, not his words, and worked the restraints back to the thinnest part of the wood. You came for the girl. Sheffield Grayson sounded different now, harder. You're here. He lowered his voice. You're here, and my nephew is not. That was clearly an accusation, and the man with the gun was judge, jury, and executioner. He hated you, Toby shot back. He was going to be great, Sheffield said intently. I was going to make him great. Toby didn't bat an eye. The fire was Colin's idea, you know. I kept saying that I wanted to burn everything down, and he dared me to put my money where my mouth was. You're a liar. I jerked my arms upward, again and again. I threw the weight of my body into it, and the right arm on the chair gave. The noise it made was loud enough that I expected Sheffield Grayson to whip his gaze toward me. But he was 100% focused on Toby. Colin dared me to do it, Toby said again. But it wasn't his fault I took the dare. I was angry and high, and the house on Hawthorne Island meant something to my father. I was going to make sure that everyone was clear of it. We were supposed to watch it burn from a distance. The second arm on the chair gave, and Toby raised his voice. We didn't count on the lightning. Sheffield Grayson stalked toward him. My nephew is dead. He burned because of you. This entire place had been soaked in accelerant. Deep down, I knew why. He burned because of you. I am what I am, Toby said. If you want to kill me, I won't fight it. But let Avery go. Sheffield Grayson's eyes, shifted toward me. I am truly sorry, he told me, but I can't leave any witnesses behind. Unlike some people, I don't fancy the idea of disappearing for decades. My family deserves better than that. What about Melly? I asked, stalling for time. Or the man you had plant the bomb? You don't need to worry about that. Sheffield aimed the gun at Toby. He was still calm, still in control. He's going to kill us both. I was going to die here with Toby Hawthorne. My mother's Toby. No. I stood, ready to fight, aware that there was no use in fighting. But what else was I supposed to do? I launched myself forward. Instantly, a gun fired. The sound of it was deafening. I expected an explosion. I expected to burn. Instead, as I watched, Sheffield Grayson crumpled to the ground. An instant later, Melly stepped into view, her eyes wide and unseeing, holding a gun. Chapter 84.
I killed him.
Melly sounded dazed.
He was holding a gun, and he was going to, and I...
Easy, Toby murmured. He stepped forward and removed the gun from her hand. Melly let him. What just happened here? Trying not to look at the body on the ground, at Grayson's father, I made my way out of the unit. I don't understand. That was probably the biggest understatement of my life. You sold me out, Melly. You left. Why would you...
It wasn't supposed to be like this.
Melly shook her head, and for a few seconds, it seemed like she couldn't stop shaking it.
And we didn't sell you out. This was never about the money.
We? I thought dizzily. "Who's we?" Toby asked. In answer, Melly swallowed and reached a finger up to her eye. I wasn't sure what she was doing at first, but then she removed a contact lens. I walked toward her, and she blinked up at me. The contact she'd removed was colored. Her left eye was still brown, but her right eye was a vibrant blue, with an amber circle around the center. Just like Eli's. "My brother and I agreed that I should be the one to wear contacts," Melly said, her voice still a little shaky. "Eli's your brother," my mind raced. "He engineered a threat against me so he could stay close. Then he leaked information about Toby to the press. And then you—" "It wasn't supposed to be like this," Melly repeated. "We were just trying to flush Toby out of hiding. We just wanted to talk. When Mr. Grayson offered his assistance—" "You kidnapped me for him." "No!" Melly's response was instantaneous. "I mean, kind of." She shook her head again. "After Grayson and Jameson went to see him in Arizona, Sheffield Grayson sent a man to follow them to True North, to watch them." I thought about the professional in the woods. Orrin had pulled me out of the tub and sent one of his men after the interloper. "Eli caught the guy," Melly continued. "He tackled him, and then they talked." "About me?" I paused. "About Toby?" Melly didn't answer either question. "We didn't know who the man was working for," she said instead. "Not at first, but we all wanted the same thing." "Toby." "So Eli leaked those pictures," I said, my throat constricting. "And then a few days later, someone blew up my plane." "That wasn't us. Eli and I never wanted to hurt you. We never wanted to hurt anyone." Melly's eyes drifted toward Toby's. "We just needed to talk." "Why?" I demanded, but Melly didn't answer me. Now that she'd looked over at Toby, she couldn't stop staring at him. "Do I know you?" he asked her, his brow furrowing. Melly looked down. "You knew my mother." The world shifted under my feet, suddenly, abruptly. Sheffield Grayson said he had a DNA test linking me to Toby. I sucked in a breath. But Toby's not my father. It wasn't my DNA. "This is my mom." Melly pulled out her phone and showed Toby a picture. "I don't expect you to remember her. Pretty sure she was just another wild night for you that summer." The summer he died, I thought. Across from me, Toby looked at the photo, and I remembered Zara saying that Tobias Hawthorne's investigators had talked to at least one of the women that Toby had slept with that summer. Melly's mother? Across from me, I could see Toby working his way through it too. "Sheffield Grayson said you gave him a DNA sample to test," I said, staring at Melly. "He was certain I was Toby's daughter." I glanced toward Toby, and the muscles in my stomach twisted. "But I'm not. Am I?" "Not by blood." Toby held my gaze a moment longer, then turned back to Melly. "You're right. I don't remember your mother." "I was 5, Melly told him. "Eli was 6. Our parents were in a bad place, and suddenly, Mom was pregnant. She didn't know your name. She didn't know the kind of money you came from." "But you figured it out?" I said. I couldn't stop staring at Melly. Elisa had told me once that she was one of the ones that Nash had saved from unfortunate circumstances. I had no idea what those circumstances were, but it couldn't be coincidence that both she and her brother had ended up in the Hawthornes' employ. How long had they been planning this? "You said your mother was pregnant," Toby said quietly. Did she have the child? The child, I thought, my stomach sinking. His child. The DNA that Melly had given Sheffield Grayson. The DNA that had come up as a match for Toby's. It wasn't mine.
My sister, Melly replied. Her name is Evelyn. She goes by Eve.
I saw something, just a hint of emotion in Toby's eyes. A palindrome.
She chose it herself, Melly replied quietly. When she was 3 years old, for that reason. She's 19 now.
Melly turned to me.
And everything you have should be hers.
For the first time, I heard surety burning in Melly's tone, and I understood that while she hadn't meant for me to be hurt, it was a risk she'd been willing to take, because Toby Hawthorne did have a daughter. It just wasn't me. Did the old man know? Did Melly ever try to tell him? "What do you want from me?" Toby asked.
I want Eve taken care of, Melly said fiercely. She's a Hawthorne.
My gaze cut to Toby's. And a Laughlin, I said quietly. I wasn't Mrs. Laughlin's great-granddaughter. I wasn't Rebecca's niece, Emily's niece. Eve was. She was the one who belonged here. I swallowed. Bring her to Hawthorne House. The words chafed against my throat, but I wasn't going to give in to that hurt. There's plenty of room. No! Toby's voice was blade sharp. Melly scrolled furiously through her phone and shoved another picture in his face.
Look at her, she demanded. She's your daughter, and you have no idea what her life has been like.
Toby looked at the photo. Without meaning to, I stepped forward. I looked too, and the second I saw Melly's sister's face, I stopped breathing. Eve was a dead ringer for Emily Laughlin. Strawberry blonde hair, like sunlit through amber. Emerald eyes, too big for her face. Heart-shaped lips, a scattering of freckles. My daughter isn't coming to Hawthorne House, Toby told Melly. If you bring me to her, I will see that she's taken care of, discreetly. What's that supposed to mean? I asked, finally recovering my voice. Toby was talking about leaving, like he was just going to walk away. After everything I'd been through, everything that Jameson, Xander, Grayson, and I had done to look for him.
Do you promise?
Melly stared at Toby like I wasn't even in the room. I promise. Toby's eyes traveled to mine. But first, he continued softly, Avery and I need to have a conversation alone. Chapter 85. You're going to keep her a secret? I demanded, once we were out of Melly's earshot. Eve? Toby took my elbow and guided me to the exit. There's a car outside, he told me. Keys in the ignition. Take it and drive north. I stared at him. That's it? I said. That's all you have to say to me? Eve's face, Emily's, was still fresh in my mind. Toby reached out and brushed the hair off my forehead. In my heart, he said quietly, you were always mine. I swallowed. But biologically, I'm not. Biology isn't everything. I knew in that moment that I'd gotten this much right. Toby had sought me out after my mother died. He had been watching me. He had wanted to make sure that I was okay. My mom and I had this game, I told him, trying my best not to cry. We had lots of games, actually, but this one, her favorite, it was about secrets. He stared off into the distance for a moment. I made her promise never to tell you, about me, about my family. But if it was just a game, if you guessed. He looked back at me, and his own eyes were shining. Damn it, Hannah. How the hell was I supposed to guess? The words burst out of my mouth. I was furious suddenly. At her. At him. She said that she had a secret about the day I was born. Toby said nothing. You signed my birth certificate. I wanted answers. He owed me that, at least. He reached out to lay a hand against my cheek. There was a storm that night, he said quietly. Worst one I'd ever seen, Hawthorne Island included. I shouldn't have been there in the first place. I'd managed to stay away from Hannah for 3 long years. But something brought me back. I just wanted to see her again, even if I couldn't let her see me. She was pregnant. Forecasts were calling for a hurricane, and she was alone. I was going to stay away. She was never supposed to know that I was there. But then the power went out, and she went into labor. With me. I couldn't say that out loud. Couldn't say anything. Couldn't even tell him that my mother had been capable of making decisions for herself. The ambulance didn't make it in time, Toby said, his voice growing hoarse. She needed someone. You. I managed one word this time. Just one. I brought you into this world, Avery Grambs. There it was, my mother's secret. Toby was there the night I was born. He'd delivered me. I wondered what my mom had felt, seeing him again after years. I wondered if he called her Hannah, oh Hannah, and if she'd tried to make him stay. Avery Grambs. I repeated the last words Toby had said to me. There was something about the way he'd said my full name. It's an anagram. I swallowed again, and for some reason, whatever force had been holding back my tears gave way. But you knew that. Toby didn't deny it. Your mom had a middle name all picked out. Kylie. Like Kaylee, but minus a letter. That hit me hard. I'd never known that I was named after my mother's sister. I'd never known about Kaylee at all. Hannah was set on giving you Ricky's last name, Toby continued, but she didn't like the first name he'd picked out, Natasha. Ricky wasn't there. I blinked back tears and stared at Toby. You were. Something Grambs. Toby smiled and gave a little shrug. I couldn't resist. He was a Hawthorne. He loved puzzles and riddles and codes. You chose my name. I didn't phrase it as a question. You suggested Avery. A very risky gamble. Toby looked down. What I took that night, what Hannah took when she nursed me back to life, knowing what her family would do to her if they found out. A very risky gamble, the reason Tobias Hawthorne had left me his fortune. Had he recognized his son's fingerprints all over that name? Had he suspected, from the moment he heard it, that I was a link to Toby? When the ambulance got there, I disappeared, Toby continued. I snuck into the hospital one last time to see you both. You signed the birth certificate, I said. With your father's name, not mine. It was the least he owed her. And then you left. I stared at him, trying not to hate him for that. I had to. Something like fury rose up inside me. No, you didn't. My mom had loved him. She'd spent her entire life loving him, and I'd never even known. You have to understand, my father's resources were unlimited. He never stopped looking for me. I had to stay on the move if I wanted to stay dead. I thought about Tobias Hawthorne, eating at a hole-in-the-wall diner in Newcastle, Connecticut. Had it taken him 6 years to track Toby there? Had he thought his son would come back? Had he realized who my mother was? Had he thought, even for a moment, that I was Toby's? "What are you going to do now?" I asked, my voice like sandpaper in my throat. "The world knows you're alive. Your father is dead. As far as we know, Sheffield Grayson was the only person who realized the old man had buried the police report about Hawthorne Island. He's the only one who knew—" "I know what you're thinking, Avery." Toby's eyes hardened. "But I can't come back. I promised myself, a long time ago, that I would never forget what I did, that I would never move on. Hannah wouldn't let me turn myself in, but exile is what I deserved." "What about what other people deserve?" I asked vehemently. "Did my mother deserve to die without you there? Did she deserve to spend my entire life in love with a ghost?" "Hannah deserved the world." "So why didn't you give it to her?" I asked. "Why was punishing yourself more important than what she wanted? Why was it more important than what I wanted now?" "I don't expect you to understand," Toby told me gently, more gently than he'd ever spoken to me as Harry. "I do understand," I said. "You're not staying gone because you have to. You're making a choice, and it's selfish." I thought about Mr. and Mrs. Laughlin, about Rebecca's mother. "What gives you the right to deceive people who love you, to make that kind of decision for everyone else?" He didn't answer. "You have a daughter now," I told him, my voice low. He looked at me, his expression never wavering. "I have 2. In the span of a heartbeat, fury gave way to devastation. Tobias Hawthorne II wasn't my father. He hadn't raised me. I didn't carry a single drop of his blood. But he'd just called me his daughter. "I want you to go outside, Princess. Get in the car and drive north." "I can't do that," I said. "Sheffield Grayson is dead. There's a body. The police are going to want to know what happened. And as screwed up as what Melly did is, she doesn't deserve to go down for murder. If we tell the police what really happened—" "I know men like Sheffield Grayson." Toby's expression shifted until it was utterly impossible to read. "He's covered his tracks. No one knows where he is or who he was after. There will be nothing to tie him to this warehouse, nothing to even suggest he was in the state." "So?" I said. Toby looked past me, just for a moment. "I know more than I wish I did about what it takes to make something, or someone, disappear." "What about his family?" I asked. "Grayson's family." "I can't let you—" "You're not letting me do anything." Toby reached out to touch my face. "Horrible girl," he whispered. "Don't you know by now? No one lets a Hawthorne do anything." That was the truth. "This is wrong," I said again. "He couldn't just make that body disappear." "I have to, Avery." Toby was implacable. "For Eve, the spotlight, the media circus, the rumors, the stalkers, the threats. I can't save you from that, Avery Grambs. I would if I could, but it's too late. The old man did what he did. He pulled you onto the board. But if I stay in shadows, if I make this disappear, if I disappear, then we can save Eve." It had never been clearer. To Toby, the Hawthorne name, the money, it was a curse. The tree is poison, don't you see? It poisoned S and Z and me. "It's not all bad," I said. "Kidnapping and murder attempts aside, I'm doing fine." That was a ridiculous statement, but Toby didn't even laugh. and you will stay fine, as long as I stay dead." He sounded so certain of that. "Go. Get in the car. Drive. If anyone asks you what happened, claim amnesia. I'll take care of the rest." This was really it. He was really going to walk away from me. He was going to disappear again. "I know about the adoption," I said, desperate to keep him here, to make him stay. "I know your biological mother was the Laughlin's daughter, and that she was coerced into the adoption. I know that you blame your parents for keeping secrets, for ruining the three of you. But your sisters, they need you." Skye was sitting in a jail cell, but she wasn't guilty, this time at least. Zara was more human than she wanted to admit. And Rebecca? Her mother was still mourning Toby. "I read the postcards you wrote to my mom," I continued. "I talked to Jackson Curry. I know everything, and I'm telling you, you don't have to stay away anymore." "You sound just like her." Toby's expression softened. "I never could win an argument with Hannah." He closed his eyes. "Some people are smart. Some people are good." He opened his eyes and put a hand on each of my shoulders. "And some people are both." I knew, with a strange kind of prescience, that this moment would never leave me. "You're not staying, are you?" I asked. "No matter what I say." "I can't." Toby pulled me in. I'd never been much of a hugger, but for a moment, I let myself be held. When Toby finally let me go, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small metal disc, the one he'd told my mother was valuable. "What is this?" It was the last question I had for him, the last chance I had of making him stay. Toby moved like lightning. 1 second, I held the disc in my hand, and the next, he had it. "Something I'll be taking with me," he said. "What aren't you telling me?" I asked. He shook his head. "Horrible girl," he whispered, his voice tender. I thought of my mother, of every word she'd written to him about me, of the way he'd come for me tonight. "You have a daughter," I'd told him. "I have too." "Am I ever going to see you again?" I asked, my throat closing in on the words. He leaned forward, pressed a kiss to my forehead, and stepped back. "It would be a very risky gamble." I opened my mouth to reply, but the door to the warehouse flew inward. Men poured inside. Orrin's men. My head of security stepped between me and Toby Hawthorne, and then leveled a deadly look at Tobias Hawthorne's only son. "I think it's time we had a little talk." Chapter 86. I wasn't able to overhear whatever words were exchanged between Orrin and Toby. I was shuttled into the SUV, and when Orrin took his place in the driver's seat a few minutes later, I noted that he'd left several of his men inside. I thought about Sheffield Grayson, dead on the floor, about Toby's plan for that body. "Is disposing of corpses part of your job description?" I asked Orrin. He met my eyes in the rearview mirror. "You want a real answer to that?" I looked out the window. The world blurred as the SUV picked up speed. "Skye and Ricky didn't plant that bomb," I said. I tried to focus on the facts, not the flood of emotions I was barely holding back. They were framed. "This time," Orrin said. "Skye has already tried to have you killed once. Both of them are threats. I suggest we let them cool their heels in prison, at least until your emancipation goes through." Once I was legally an adult, once I could write my own will, Ricky and Skye would stand to gain nothing by my death. "Rebecca!" I lunged forward in my seat suddenly, remembering. "Thea helped Melly abduct me. Because someone had Rebecca. It's been handled, Orrin told me. They're fine. So are you. The rest of the family is none the wiser. From his tone, you would have thought this was just business as usual. The kidnapping, the body, the cover-up. Was it like this for the old man? I asked. Or am I just lucky? I thought about Toby, sparing Eve from my fate, like inheriting this fortune was less blessing than curse. Mr. Hawthorne had a list. Orrin took his time with his reply. It was a different kind of list from yours. He had enemies. Some of them had resources, but by and large, we knew what to expect. Mr. Hawthorne had a way of seeing things coming. I was starting to think that if I was going to survive being the Hawthorne heiress, I was going to have to start doing the same. I would have to learn to think like the old man. 12 birds, 1 stone. Back at Hawthorne House, Orrin made it clear that he intended to escort me all the way to my room. When we hit the grand staircase, I cleared my throat. We'll need to disable the passageway, I told him. Permanently. I paused on the staircase, in front of Tobias Hawthorne's portrait. Not for the first time, I stared at the old man. Had he known who Melly and Eli were? Had he known about Eve? I was certain he would have run a DNA test on me at some point. He knew I wasn't Toby's daughter, not by blood. But he'd still used me to lure Toby out, the same way Sheffield Grayson had, the same way Melly and Eli had. You're not a player, Nash had told me a small eternity ago. You're the glass ballerina or the knife. Maybe I was both. Maybe I was a dozen different things, chosen for a dozen different reasons, none of them having a damn thing to do with who I was or what made me special. I met the portrait's eyes and thought about my dream, about playing chess with the old man. You didn't choose me. You used me. You're still using me. But as of this moment, I was done being used. Chapter 87. An hour later, I went in search of a Hawthorne. I have something to tell you. Xander was in his lab, a hidden room where he built machines that did simple things in complicated ways. Something to tell me? Is it possible you have me confused with one of my brothers? He asked. Because people don't tell me things. He was tinkering with some kind of miniature catapult mechanism, part of a complicated chain reaction born from the brain of Xander Hawthorne. This was your game, I said. The old man left it to you. Or so it appeared. Xander settled a metal ball on the catapult. At first. I gave him a look. What do you mean? Jameson has laser focus. Grayson always finishes what he starts. Even Nash. He might take the scenic route, but he's wired to go from point A to point B. Xander finished tinkering and finally turned to face me. But me? I'm not wired that way. I start at point A, and somewhere along the way, I end up at the intersection of 127 and purple. He shrugged. It's one of my many charms. My brain likes diversions. I follow the paths that I find. The old man knew that. Xander shrugged. Did he expect me to start the ball rolling this time? Yes. But where I'd end up? Xander stepped back from his work and took in the entirety of the Rube Goldberg machine he'd built. The old man knew damned well that it wasn't going to be point B. I needed to tell someone what had happened. I'd chosen him because I felt like I owed it to him. Like the universe, or maybe his grandfather, owed it to him. And now Xander was seeming an awful lot like someone who didn't want closure. someone who didn't need it. "So, where did you end up?" I asked. Xander leaned forward and triggered the catapult. The metal ball sailed into a funnel, spiraled down a series of ramps, and hit a lever, dumping a bucket of water, releasing a balloon. Eventually, the entire machine parted, revealing the wall behind it. That wall was covered with pictures, photographs of men with brown skin. The placards beneath the photographs informed me that every one of them had the last name Alexander. I thought about the game we'd spent the past weeks playing. Sheffield Grayson, Jake Nash. Was this the detour that the old man had expected Xander to take? "Do you want to know what I found?" I asked Xander. "Sure," he said gamely. "But before I forget, 2 things." He held up his middle and index fingers. "First, this is Thea's phone number." He handed me a scrap of paper with the number scrawled across it. "I'm supposed to call her and let her know you're alive." I frowned. "So why give me her number?" I asked. "Because," Xander replied, "when it comes to Thea, forewarned is forearmed." I narrowed my eyes. "What's the second thing?" I asked suspiciously. Xander pressed a button, and the wall slid to reveal a second workshop. Voila! My eyes widened as I took in the contents of that workshop. "Is that?" "Life-sized recreations of the 3 most lovable droids in the Star Wars universe," Xander grinned. "For Max." Chapter 88. "You beautiful beaches!" Max was beyond pleased with Xander's offering, enough so that it took her a moment to shoot me a reproving look. "I feel obliged to warn you. You're looking a little pale, and the great Dr. Liu is not going to be pleased." I took that to mean that my doctor would have been really displeased to know what I'd actually been up to in the last 12 hours. "Thank you." I waited until Max looked at me before I continued. "For bringing your mom here." I knew enough about my best friend to know that it hadn't been an easy call to make. "Yeah, well," Max shrugged. "Thank you for getting blown up." "For giving you a reason to call, and giving her a reason to pick up." "Do you think you'll be headed home soon?" I didn't want Max to leave, but at the same time, my best friend had her own life to live, and I couldn't help thinking that she'd be safer doing that far away from Hawthorne House, away from me, from the Hawthorne family, from everything I'd inherited, along with Tobias Hawthorne's billions. Poison tree and all. When Thea called, I almost didn't pick up. That was why Xander had given me her number. And yet... "Hello?" I said darkly. There was a moment of hesitation, and then... "I did some digging and found out who vandalized your locker. It was a freshman. You want the name?" Silly me. I'd been expecting an apology. "No." I was tempted to leave it there, but I couldn't. "Is Rebecca okay?" "She's shaken, but fine." Thea's voice was soft, but she spoiled the effect by scoffing audibly. "Fine enough to yell at me for putting you in danger." "Yeah, well," I shrugged, even though Thea couldn't see me. "Rebecca's one to talk." That I could joke about this was a true testament to how far Rebecca and I had come. I had a choice. Thea's voice shook. She was diabolical and complicated and about 1,000 other things, but she wasn't evil. She'd been worried about me. I had to choose her. Can you understand that, Avery? Thea didn't wait for my answer. For me, it's always going to be Rebecca. She doesn't believe that, but no matter how long it takes, I'm going to keep choosing her. I had never understood what it felt like for one person to be your everything, to look at that person and know. I'd never believed myself capable of that. I hadn't wanted to be capable of it. When Thea and I hung up the phone, I went to see Grayson. Chapter 89. I told Grayson what had happened to his father. I didn't tell him about Eve. The entire time, his face was like stone. "You look like you want to hit something," I told him. He shook his head. I made him look at me. "How about swinging a sword?" Grayson corrected my stance. "Let the blade do the work for you," he reminded me. And in that moment, I was reminded of more. Of the first day I'd met him. How arrogant he'd been. How sure of himself and his place in the world. I thought about the first time I'd caught him really looking at me, and the way he'd told me that I had an expressive face. I thought about bargains struck, and promises made, and stolen moments, and words spoken in Latin. But mostly, I thought about the ways that the two of us were alike. "I had a dream," I told him, "when I was in the coma. You and Jameson were fighting. About me." "Avery." Grayson lowered his sword. "In my dream," I continued, "Jameson was angry that you didn't run toward me, that I was lying there at death's door, and you couldn't move. But Grayson?" I waited for him to look at me, with silver eyes and the weight of the world on his shoulders. "I'm not angry. I've spent my entire life not running toward anyone. I know what it's like to just stand there, to not be able to do anything else. I know what it's like to lose someone." I thought about my mom, then Emily. "I am an expert at not wanting to want things." I held my sword up for a moment longer, then lowered it, the way he'd lowered his. But I'm starting to realize that the person I need to be, the person I'm becoming, she's not that girl anymore. I'd been given the world. It was time to stop living scared. Time to take the reins. It was time to take risks. Chapter 90. "Ms. Grambs, you understand that if you are emancipated, you will be considered a legal adult. You will be responsible for yourself. You will be held to adult standards. You are literally signing away the rest of your childhood." In the past 6 weeks, I'd been shot at, blown up, kidnapped, and paraded around as the living, breathing embodiment of Cinderella stories. To the world, I was a scandal, a mystery, a curiosity, a fantasy. To Tobias Hawthorne, I'd been a tool. "I understand," I told the judge. And just like that, it was done. "Congratulations," Elisa said as we stepped out of the courthouse. Oren's men cleared a path through the paparazzi, and I made my way to the SUV. "You're an adult." Elisa sounded pretty darn satisfied with herself. "You can write your own will." I leaned back in my seat and thought about how carefully my lawyer had been managing my public image, how much she wanted the world to believe that the firm was calling the shots. I smiled. I can do a lot more than that. 3 hours later, I found Jameson on the roof. He was holding a familiar knife in his hands. He faked like he was going to toss it to me, and my heart sped up. His eyes met mine, and it sped up more. "I have a lot to tell you." The wind caught my hair, whipping it around my face. "I met Toby, face to face. He has a daughter, but it's not me. She looks just like Emily Laughlin." Jameson's green eyes looked fathomless, I'm intrigued, heiress. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a coin. This felt more dangerous than riding on the back of a motorcycle, or speeding down a racetrack, or getting shot at in the Black Wood. This wasn't just a rush. This was a risk. One the old Avery never would have been capable of taking. My eyes on Jameson's, I uncurled my fingers, revealing the coin in my palm. Toby took the disc, I said. We might never know what it was. Jameson's lips ticked up at the edges. This is Hawthorne House, heiress. There will always be another mystery. Just when you think you've found the last hidden passage, the last tunnel, the last secret built into the walls, there will always be one more. There was an energy in his voice when he spoke about the house. That's why you love it. I locked my eyes on his. The house. He leaned forward. That's why I love the house. I held up the coin. It's not the disc, I said, but sometimes you have to improvise. My heart was racing. I was vibrating with the same energy I'd heard in his tone. And like Jameson, I loved it. Heads, you kiss me, I said. Tails, I kiss you. And this time, my voice cracked. It means something. Jameson shot me one of those devastating, crooked Jameson Winchester Hawthorne grins. What are you saying, heiress? I tossed the coin into the air, and as it turned, I thought about everything that had happened. All of it. I'd found Toby. I knew my mother's secret. I understood, more than ever, why my name had caught the attention of a billionaire who'd only met me once. Maybe that was all there was to it. Or maybe I was one stone meant for 12 birds, most of them still undiscovered. Like Jameson had said, this was Hawthorne House. There would always be another mystery. Like me, Jameson would always be driven to solve them. The coin landed. Tails, I said. I kiss you. I wrapped my arms around his neck. I pressed my lips to his. And this time, the joke was on me, because I wasn't playing. This wasn't nothing. This was the beginning. And I was ready to be bold. This has been a Hachette audio production of The Hawthorne Legacy, written by Jennifer Lynn Barnes, read by Christy Moreau, produced by Lisa Kahn, recorded by Jason Cerubi at Prose Garden Productions, post-production by John Colucci. The Hawthorne Legacy is also available in print and digital formats from Little, Brown & Company, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2021 by Jennifer Lynn Barnes. Audio production copyright 2021, Hachette Audio, all rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.